Everyone, welcome back to 3D Experience World 2026. Of course, this is our live coverage, day 3, and moreover, it's not just day 3 of a conference. We are focusing on 2 very special pillars today of what makes this conference and what makes SolidWorks, right? We labeled it as Community plus SolidWorks 2027, right? It's the industry standard software that you all know and love and use right there, whether once again it's an industry, as a student, I'll hear from some students today, a maker, researcher, what have you, and the community that activates through it to make a difference in our everyday lives. So once again, welcome to the stream today. So today really is a celebration of sorts, right? As I reflected, that's kind of the word that came to mind. It's a celebration to recognize some community superstars here at the event through Model Mania, through community awards, as we'll see later on during general session, and to upskill ourselves around the world, all of you, the thousands of you watching at home or at the office, through the Model Mania 3D reveal we will have here later on at the desk right after general session. We have a whole slate of events planned for you today. I'm sure you saw in the pre-show kind of countdown there. A deep dive, of course, into some of the enhancements, some of the new features that we have planned for future SolidWorks design, SolidWorks simulation releases like SolidWorks 2027. So surely we'll get to those in terms of upskilling ourselves and hopefully exciting us for the future prospects of what we'll have available to us in future releases of the software. And of course, all of the announcements, all of the keynote addresses that we have in store during general session. But as we've said throughout the live streams here at the conference, many of us are new. This might be the first time you have ever tuned in to any 3D Experience World coverage ever. So once again, if it is, welcome. So we're going to spend the first 15 minutes here of the show checking in with some individuals who are going to have starring roles throughout the rest of the day's proceedings. And to start, let's talk Model Mania, the Model Mania competition. If you don't know what that is yet, we will explain, and we're going to talk about how you can get involved as well, even if you aren't at the conference. Let's take a look. Welcome back to Live at 3D Experience World 2026. I'm here with a very special guest, Jen Dirksen. Jen, how's it going? Great to see you.
Great to see you too.
Yeah, Jen, you're my teammate.
Yep.
And it's awesome to see you, as always, here at 3D Experience World. And you have a very special role at 3D Experience World. Today, we're focusing once again, as I mentioned in the open, on community and SolidWorks 2027. And you kind of represent like the mashup of those things, like the community competing over SolidWorks within the Model Mania competition. So we have a lot of new viewers that tune into 3D Experience World every year. So I wanted to ask you about the Model Mania competition almost at like the ground level, right? So what is the allure of Model Mania? Some people might have seen like, okay, participate in Model Mania 3D Experience World, but they're like, what is it? So like, what's the allure? What's a bit of the history of Model Mania?
Yeah, absolutely. So Model Mania is a speed modeling challenge where people go into a private booth and they need to create a model, and then we give them an edit where they need to make a change. And there's a time limit, and the people who get it done right, the fastest, win. Now there's actually a bit of history here. It's kind of fun. So this is the 27th year of Model Mania. It started in 2000. And Joe Dunn was actually the inspiration behind this. He is a former application engineer who would go into customers and they would slam down a drawing and say, model that. And if you can model that in a certain amount of time, we're going to place the PO and buy SolidWorks. And so it was
the 3D challenge.
The 3D challenge, exactly. And so he actually said that it was his dream to put the customers and the users through all the same tests that he had been going through all those years. So it started out as payback.
You told me that like 1 minute before we got on the air. I'd never heard that story.
Yeah, so it started out as payback, but it was such a success, and people love a competition and a challenge. It just kept going, and here we are 27 years later.
Yeah, we have many of the parts historically here in the background. Of course, on the YouTube channel, you can see many of the parts, try them out yourself, right? But speaking of, being on the YouTube channel, being virtual, we've changed, and we'll talk about some changes here on site in just a moment, but also virtually, we had a Model Mania live stream, perhaps our first Model Mania live stream, just this past month in January. Can you talk to us a little bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, Model Mania has been, you know, it's an annual event here at 3D Experience World, and your only opportunity was to take it here. And so we wanted to give people a chance to try it, you know, who weren't able to come, or even as a practice before coming to 3D Experience World. And so on January 21st, we had our first ever live stream of Model Mania. It was a lot of fun, and we had a part, and we had 175 submissions in 20 minutes.
Wow.
It was insane. People were loving it. The chat was full. We had people from all around the world. We actually didn't expect to have that many. We had people from Europe and the Middle East, and it was like 4 o'clock in the morning for some people. So it was crazy.
I tuned in and I looked at the YouTube chat and I saw some familiar handles on YouTube and then some names that I had never seen before in my life.
That's right.
That's awesome. Yeah, and you're right. And that's the power of being able to stream on YouTube. And even before the stream, you know, when we do What's New in Solidworks, the live stream on Solidworks Live, or when we do any of our big ones like Slug Me, you can kind of tell if you're on LinkedIn or if you're on Instagram beforehand, you know, the engagement, the likes, the shares, the comments, the questions. And I noticed that the Model Mania live stream had like, it was almost like there was so much pent up demand from people because, you know, of course people love to come to 3D Experience World when they can, but the ability to participate perhaps throughout the year was really something that people latched onto. And they were like, when's the stream? So many questions like, I just want to make sure, is this exact time? I want to know when to show up and participate. Yeah, so we're showing the winner here. I know Tom Smith, of course, we had him on the show last year, 3D Experience World Live, as one of the winners of the Model Mania competition. But
he was the runner-up for the Model Mania live stream. Yeah,
he was the runner-up. So I want to talk about the on-site participation within this year's Model Mania 3D Experience World 2026. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so here at 3D Experience World, we had our booth set up in the playground, and people could come, and we have 6 booths set up. So you walk in, you have Solidworks on a laptop, you've got the Model Mania tester software on a separate monitor, and you quickly, you know, take a look at the new drawing for this year, and you've got a couple of minutes to kind of plan things, and then you go and get started in SolidWorks and create the phase 1 of the part. And then on the Model Mania tester software, there's a place to go and enter in the mass. It's very important. Always remember to apply your material, because there were people that didn't apply their material. Of course, the mass isn't going to be right. So you put your mass in there, and then you instantly get phase 2, and then you make your changes, and then put that in. And it's all happening super fast. We had users that were finishing in, you know, under 10 minutes, all the way up to the maximum of 20 minutes. So it was a lot of fun. Yeah.
Crazy. And we've introduced a leaderboard as well.
That's right. We had a leaderboard this year for the first time ever.
I love
that. We had a tolerance of plus or minus 1%. So if you were on the leaderboard, it didn't necessarily mean that you got it perfect, but it meant you were close. So we'll be doing the winner's announcement very soon here, and we'll be telling everyone who won.
Yep, stay tuned, and perhaps we'll have some of the finalists, some of the winners here at the desk later on in the stream. But Jen, thank you so much for everything you do. This is awesome.
Thank you, Sean. Great. Thanks.
All right, we'll be right back. Welcome back, and thank you, Jen, for telling us all about Model Mania. I'm here with Matas. Matas, how's it going?
Good, thank you.
So, how long did it take you to get here to 3D Experience World? Not from your hotel room, from where you live.
Well, I live in Glasgow, so it took me a solid half a day and another half a day of jet lag, but so around a day.
There's an hour time difference between where I live and here. So man, the jet lag, I know how you feel. I know how you feel, man. But welcome. So I talked about it at the very beginning. A lot of what we're doing here at the live desk is kind of shining the light on some people, especially people that we're going to be hearing from later on the big stage, general session. That's where you're headed, right? You're headed to general session. So you're here as part of your work on LituanicaX, which I am very excited to hear about. But firstly, just wanted a little bit of an introduction. You know, who are you and what drives you? It's the first time you've been on Solidworks Live, so welcome.
I would classify myself as a college student, and I was one of the first 4 members of LituanicaX when we first started in 2018. And as the community grew during those 7 years, it grew almost 100 times now, and that's why I'm here.
Yeah, and you are really here. Like, one of the things you were telling me, like, as we were getting ready to do this session, is that, and we haven't even talked about this really yet, we will momentarily, Mania Xtreme, you were trying to describe it, you were like, yeah, it's like a wrestling ring in there, and I was facing off, I guess, against other individuals, like people with like 25 years of experience.
Yeah, they
also
were professionals.
Yeah, so that's insane. I'm happy to hear that you're making yourself at home and you're participating in the competitions. But you're some competition yourself. Don't undersell yourself, right? So I've heard a lot about LituanicaX. Can you tell us what this is for those of us who are not familiar at home? We're going to hear more about it later. But you know, how is community built, what it is, and why it's important to you? And look at this thing. So what are we seeing here?
This is a robot we've built together with the robotics team last season, and you're seeing it right from the robot's POV, from a camera mounted on the robot. So you're seeing everything what the robot is seeing during the match.
Are those some PlayStation controllers?
Yes.
I knew I spotted those. So is this a semi-autonomous robot?
Yes. So during the competition, usually you have the first 30 seconds of full autonomy, and then the rest 2 minutes would be driver controlled. That's why we have the controllers. But what we've tried to do last year with our team, it's like we try to automate as much as possible. So even if you look what the driver is pressing, even during that technically controlled period, it's just basically pressing a couple buttons, which are just safety triggers, so that if the driver sees that something is really in the way which shouldn't be there, you can just trigger the safety trigger so that the robot wouldn't crash or anything. But basically, the robot's doing everything on its own.
And when we talk about semi-autonomous robots, like, these are not in practice here. They're not super common in these competitions, are they?
No, usually the easy route would be to control almost everything manually during
I figured that's more common. So what gave you the inspiration to go for that? I mean, that's an ambitious feat to try to go beyond the norm.
Well, I guess we just wanted to make it seems just a very exciting idea. So when you have it was my last year in this competition, and so we had this dream team in my school, and so we wanted to make something crazy, to go big or go home, and that's what led us to following this crazy idea and to trying to develop this crazy autonomous system.
That's awesome. Well, I mentioned we're going to get into Mania Xtreme in just a moment. You mentioned, of course, we mentioned here that you've already participated in that.
Yeah.
I'm sure you can participate at Mania. I'm sure you do splendidly there. But hey, how can we stay in touch with you and your work?
Well, specifically for me, I have my own personal website detailing a bunch of the robots and projects I worked on. But I also since I'm coming here on the behalf of LituanicaX, I also recommend everyone to check out the LituanicaX website and see what this community, what awesome things has it done in Lithuania, all of the competition it has hosted, and all of the great other great talents it has, I guess, fostered.
Nice. So you have a busy day. You're going to general session later. You're going to be speaking. Of course, those of you watching at home or your office, whether you're in the United States, Lithuania, I have to give a shout out to your home country, of course. You can watch it. But you have you have a lot of stuff to get into. Like, you can go back to the playground. I need to, maybe I should put you in the ring. You and me, Mania Xtreme. But
that would be fun.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming. And these shirts, by the way, are killer.
Yeah. So lastly, just before I go, I had one little gift I wanted to give you.
Oh, no way.
This is a shirt so that you can properly be part of the LituanicaX community.
Hey, well, guys, next time you see me, I'm going to be wearing this shirt. I need a wardrobe change. But until then, we have Model Mania Xtreme, the recap of the crazy week, which, of course, you took a part in. We will take a look at that. Matas, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Well, Sean just mentioned it a couple of times, Model Mania Xtreme. You described it as a wrestling ring with CAD going on inside of it. I am here with Jason
That's
Poole
right, you are.
and Gian Calisi, or at least I thought I was. I don't know who this guy in the shades
Vince
is.
Calisi.
Vince Calisi, all right. Guys, there's a lot of mania going on at this event. You guys have to be, without a doubt, the maniest of them all. Would you agree?
We have been called maniacs.
Yeah.
Jesse. You're not the
Yeah.
first person, and you won't be the last.
There's like Maniac, Jesse, and then there's the next level. We like to live in this range right here.
Yeah, that range is actually called the extreme range. Extreme.
That's right. Get some of
Yeah,
that.
we have a lot of fun over there, Jesse. I mean, we talked about it before. This is epic speed modeling using SolidWorks design products. It's the Thunderdome.
It is.
This is the Thunderdome of 3D experience
It's
world.
an area where the world's greatest athletes meet to prove to each other who is the strongest and the fastest.
Would that be a CAD fleet?
Yes.
Yeah.
That might be a stretch, but I think we can do that. So I've been in the playground a bunch of times. You guys here on the show, you followed me around the playground for a bit with Sean, and we saw the sights and sounds. Pretty much every time I've been in the playground, your area has been absolutely packed. In fact, when I went in with you guys to do the playground segment, I got in and I could barely get myself pushed into where we were starting with you, Jason, on the dyno, because the whole area was packed in so much for Model Mania Xtreme MMX.
Yeah, and there's a good chance that next year it's going to be called Model Mania Extreme Grounds. So that's been floated out there in some circles.
You know, I have heard some rumors about that, yeah.
Another rumor I'd like to put to bed right away. We are not planning on franchising or selling the sport anytime soon. It's going to remain here, Model Mania Extreme.
Just forget about it.
We're staying independent. We did have some amazing sponsors this year that supported this event. You know, we had Send Cut Send, we had SolidWorks for Makers, and of course, Go Engineer, one of our value-added resellers. They offer incredible 3D printing services. So yeah, Go Engineer.
Get a tight shot of that, baby.
Yeah, we needed a tight shot of this. This is beautiful. Pure stainless steel, solid print, polished to perfection. Created, designed, and brought to us by Go Engineer for our winners of our featured matchups. And then, of course, just like you saw last year, Jesse, we also have the Send Cut Send sponsored Model Mania Xtreme Championship belt. Winners got a chance to flaunt that, throw it up in the air, take some pictures. Yeah. And for our featured matchups, we had a handful of them actually. I've got a nice.
We had some
nice
battles
visual.
this year, let me tell you. Intensity was at an all-time high. The crowds poured in. The sweat, the three-wheeled mice were flying. One guy even decided not to use a mouse.
That's what I was just going to say. So you were speaking about the hardware. I saw Yaya, who I'm assuming you're talking about, right?
Oh, yes. And one of the greatest athletes of our time.
Yeah, I went to go give him a Nux, and he had that baby on there, and he almost broke a knuckle with that thing. But he was telling me he, in dramatic fashion, unplugged the mouse, chucked it, and still commanded victory, which is impressive. We were talking about that actually on a couple of our other sessions yesterday about how, in fact, you'll see another session coming up today that it came up in, that you got to be a maniac to try to CAD model with a trackpad, and he goes into battle.
And you know, sports are great, they're great, but they're amazing to witness live right here, 3D Experience World.
Yeah, and Yaya, he is now undefeated 2 years in a row. So that was the first featured matchup that we had. It was Yaya and Danny, two SolidWorks champions in that SolidWorks Champion Challenge. That was the first featured matchup we had. And Yaya came out the winner.
Danny was right there. I mean, we were talking seconds.
This was
We're talking
neck
like
and neck.
one shortcut keystroke away from Could have been a different champion.
It was
there.
anyone's
Everything
game,
could-
you know. It was anyone's match at that point.
Wow.
We then moved on to the Send Cut Send sheet metal showdown. That was between Brian Wilcox and James Letson, 2 sheet metal experts, and that was a lot of fun.
They got after it, man.
They did. They did. And Brian came out on top.
Can only be one winner,
There can only be one.
unless there's a tie.
I don't think we do ties.
We
at
don't do
Model Mania
ties.
Extreme. That's the only rule, if there are any,
Yeah.
is that there's only one winner.
Perfect.
And then we had 5 featured matchups this year. You may see them on the Solidworks YouTube channel later this month.
Yeah, so tell us a little bit about that, because obviously most of our viewers who are watching now, they were not able to attend and see them in person. What was your lineup this year? So you had some featured matchups, and then anybody at the conference could go in and do battle at other times? Or?
That's the beauty of it. That's why the sport was created. You know, it was like, let's peel back the curtain, let's let the masses come in, and let's compete live right here. So yeah, anyone at Model, you know, at 3DEXPERIENCE World can walk right up to MMX and be like, I'm ready to do this, and I'm going against him or her, and you know, it's cool because you have these office rivalries that need to be settled. You know, it's like, I'm better than my boss, I just know it.
It was
well, this
fun.
is your chance.
There was a lot of employee versus boss matchups. There were a
Teacher
lot
versus
of
student.
teacher versus
That was
student.
a great one. The student took down teacher.
There were partner versus partner. We had AEs that worked together and some that were from different partners going head to head.
Yeah.
It was so much fun.
Never a dull moment. The energy was there. You could feel it, you know?
Like I said, I already said it in the show, but it was packed. Every time I went in there, it was packed. People, and so this is your second year doing this, right? You guys kicked this off. You guys are the innovators of the creators of this sport. Started off last year, had a pretty good head of steam going. A lot of excitement about it. This year, it just seems off the charts.
Yeah, Gian, aka Vince, he was out there. He was promoting it. He got our awesome sponsorships in line.
Well, you were too. You were. I saw you zipping around. I got a flyer from you.
Oh, I was the flyer guy. You know,
you were the flyer guy.
Get your fight times here. I was that guy, but he did a lot of work, man.
I did a lot of administration kind of work, the behind the scenes stuff.
Sure.
But like Jason brings the energy.
Boots on the ground.
That's what we need here. That's what makes it fun. Is the energy that Jason brings, the energy the SolidWorks community brings, the energy that all of you watching bring. We hope to see you step into the ring, or at least step over and watch a matchup, watch a battle next year.
It's only going to get bigger from here, Gian.
It is.
Right?
That's the only way. The only way we goes up.
You know, we start here, here, here. Arenas one day. Arenas one day.
We did have 3 more featured matchups on day 2.
Let's see them.
Okay, so there was one that was it was a Go Engineer technical takedown. All right, that was between
Great one.
Tom Smith and
Two heavyweights in the industry for decades.
Tom Smith
right
and
here.
Cadpool, who turned out to be Darren Grosser, the famous Darren from Go Engineer, and he actually ended up losing. Tom Smith.
Tommy Smith took it home
prize.
again.
He did. It was a bit of an upset.
Can
I explain what happened?
Yeah, explain.
I think Darren would appreciate me explaining what happened. See, there's a setting in SolidWorks, okay, where you can select the different, what are they, profiles?
The unit system.
The unit system,
Units.
right? And someone was in inch, pound, second, and someone else was in millimeters. And what was the...
It was in millimeters. That was the part. See,
No going
attention
back
to
from
detail.
Essentially a disqualification.
tiny little problem.
I know.
Yep.
All you had to do is click that little menu, and
It hurts.
Yeah.
could have been
to
a
see
different
such
result.
a veteran.
Because he did
Oh,
have
like
the
that.
faster fingers.
He did.
But he was in inch, pound, seconds.
Wow.
He did. But then we moved on to our next matchup, which was the Surface Slayer, the returning champion of the Sub-D Showdown. This is where they were using subdivisional modeling tools in X Design to create a fishing boat this year.
Wow.
It
And
does look like Jason.
Surface Slayer did end up beating Dude Extrude. And he does kind of look like Jason. Jason,
Right.
you represent him, though.
Yeah,
like, you
I
work
do
with
represent
a
him.
lot.
I know him.
Yeah.
talk
I
to
heard
him
that there
often.
are rumors, though. There are rumors the Surface Slayer may be headed towards retirement.
There is.
Do you have any inside information about that?
You know what? I was hanging out with him last night, having some Busch Light and beef jerky, and he floated it out there. You know, he was coming off a huge win, and you know what? It is good to go out when you are on top.
Yeah.
So I understand if he wants to take that, but I feel like the sport needs him to just stay focused, to get back into training.
Yeah.
Last time I saw him, he was icing his hands, both hands.
Yeah.
Just in ice baths.
I saw pictures of him actually.
Stem
He was
training.
like, he had his mouse in his hand still and just dunked it
Yeah.
in ice.
Yeah.
He had to make sure he's loose,
Good
not
stuff.
getting too tight.
Yeah.
But then I got to say,
I don't mean to start
highlight-
any rumors though, but it is curious. I find that I've not seen the two of you in the same place at the same time.
Right, right. And maybe that should happen.
We haven't on
Yeah.
camera yet, but like I think next year we'll probably get some
Okay.
nice shots.
Yeah.
We'll see.
We'll dispel
good?
that.
But Jesse, I don't know
Very
if
good.
you saw yesterday, there was one big matchup
I did.
between
Oh.
our executives,
I heard it got
Giancarlo
heated.
and Manish.
Priceless.
Look, Manish was the favorite. He was by far the favorite. GP was a bit of an underdog in that, but GP pulled it out.
Yeah, he did.
He was the winner, and I do have a couple cool pictures to share too. We had a packed house.
You know, I got to admit, my money was on Manish because he's got the reach value, and I just thought, you know,
He does the long
finger
arms.
strengths.
Yeah.
You know, he does the yoga, he does the stretching.
Great point.
So, but there was an upset.
There was. It was definitely an upset.
Speak of Cad
The
Pool,
urgency, GP had urgency when he was
Yes.
striking the keys. His mouse movement was rapid, and you could tell he was fresh from a training session.
we just had Cad Pool walk by and said there was an upset. I think
Yes.
he is upset.
Yes.
He's out for blood next year.
I believe Cadpool will be back and stronger than ever.
I wouldn't doubt it.
The thing is, anybody could be wearing that mask. It might be Darren. It might be somebody else.
That's true.
Yep.
That's true.
But GP and Manish, that battle was absolutely electric.
Priceless.
Now, Manish was calling foul because GP used his own computer, but we had eyes, our referees had eyes on the computer. We made sure there were no shortcuts or anything against regulation.
Okay.
Everything was regulation. Everything was, there was no foul
I was
play.
concerned with like hitting, slapping, biting, spitting.
Yes.
But they kept it clean. I thought we'd have to get like a plastic partition
Yep.
Yeah.
in between
Yes,
the two.
spit guard.
But it was a clean fight.
It was clean.
It was fair.
Everything was clean.
Yeah.
That's what you like to see.
Oh, yeah.
Love to see it.
Yeah.
So next year,
A well-earned victory, you would say, then, probably?
oh,
GP?
100%.
He did earn it, man. He wanted
well
it.
earned.
You could see it in his eyes. You know,
Yeah, he
was
just
like-
wanted it more.
He
he
did.
got into
I
it.
think Manish got a little cocky. You know, he knew he had a little
was
bit
very
more
calm.
of the modeling skills.
Yep.
And he went in there strong. He actually turned around and started talking to me at one point
Yep.
in the middle of modeling. I was like, Manish, what are you doing, man?
Yeah, get after it.
Get back in the game.
Very
and
calm.
GP just pulled ahead.
It went to his head.
Yeah,
That's how it goes
second
sometimes.
upset
And
of the year.
Second upset.
Yeah.
What an exciting season.
Yeah, an incredible season.
Telling me.
I think we've got some cool B-roll too that we can maybe roll that has some highlights from some of the matchups. Like we had too much fun. I think we had so much fun that I don't think people were happy with us for how much fun we had.
I do feel guilty, like enjoying it so much, but everyone that shows up to the area, they smile, they get entertained, and they're into it. You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Well, and I mean,
100%.
this show is kind of dual purpose, right? Our goal is to try to encourage people to come in following years, and if you can't come, you know, this year, to get you to be able to share the experience in a little bit. But this is certainly one of those things that you got to come in person to really appreciate, right? Get in the ring with your buddies and go toe to toe. Or even just watch. Like I said, there has been a crowd. Did you guys count up how many people you had crowded around? Because it was
Endless.
It was a lot.
it
I
had to
think
have been
the-
hundreds of people watching.
Thousands.
The executive exhibition was the biggest one,
Yeah.
and I counted really quickly. About 247 people were there.
Wow, and that's as high as you can count. So who
That's-
knows?
I
No
can't
idea.
count higher than that. Yeah.
I mean, it
Vince
could have
is
been,
good.
who knows how many. That is really cool. So, any plans for next year that you can share, or are they all under wraps?
I've got an idea for you, actually,
Okay, all right.
Jesse. I'm going to put you on the spot right here. I want to see our SolidWorks live hosts, Sean and Jesse, go head-to-head in the ring.
Yes.
Okay.
And I just thought of this on the spot. Nobody knew I was going to ask him this, so I'm really putting the pressure on
my
Jesse.
goodness.
Are you up for the challenge, man?
Oh man, I hate speed modeling, but I'm on air, so I mean, I feel like I have to say yes.
Yeah, the people want to. Everyone's watching.
You
that
heard it
means
here
you
first.
have to say yes.
Challenge
He
accepted.
said he just thought about this, but he's been planning this since last year's World. I guarantee it. I guarantee it.
Always thinking
Okay,
you are.
well, I'll say maybe on air, and that way I can find a way to weasel my way out of it. But we'll see. Maybe next year you'll see Sean and I head off in the Mania Xtreme ring with these two clowns, and it's bound to be a great time, whether we're there or not, because Model Mania Xtreme is a ton of fun. All right, up next, we've got Engineezy, Jay, and Sean back at our other desk.
Hey, we're live. Jay,
Hi.
what's going on?
Hey, Sean.
This is not the first time that I've met you.
No,
either.
I mean, this is the first time we met in person,
Yeah, as of what, like 2 days ago?
as of 2 days ago.
Yeah, but our story actually goes way back.
It does.
Like,
yeah.
I think, I was thinking this morning, you know, like sometimes you use the term several to describe like many years ago.
Yeah.
But I think it's actually like 7. It's
yeah,
close to
I
7
know.
years ago.
It's crazy.
Yeah, a lot's
Yeah.
changed since then.
Yeah, I mean, I reached out to you before I even really started doing this. When I was
Yeah.
like thinking about doing this, you were like the first person that I contacted.
I remember. I guess we should tell that story because like that's what these desk interviews are for. They're kind
Okay.
of extended looks at things. But yeah, when you would first reach out to me, it was around that time frame many years ago. And I had a different role here at Solidworks. I was brand new actually in my role here
Oh,
at
really?
Solidworks.
I
Yeah.
didn't- yeah.
So I was still learning who certain people were.
Yeah.
And you would, they basically got a forward from, I think, like our customer center
Yes.
email address.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you would mention a little bit about what you do.
Yeah.
And I gave you, and we didn't have the Maker Edition back then.
No, it was a student edition back then.
Yeah, it was a
Yeah.
student edition, got a code. And then I told you a little bit about, 3D Experience World. I think I was just coming back
Yeah.
or something.
Yeah.
And I think in your email reply, and it's so weird thinking of it now, right? Because you said, oh, 3D Experience World sounds great. Good luck. Hope to
Yeah.
maybe go there someday.
Yeah.
And here you are. You're not only
Yeah.
attending, we're
Now
giving
we're
a
here.
keynote
Yeah.
here.
Yeah. What a way to have my first experience at 3D Experience World.
Yeah. So tell us all, you have at this point, I'm going to give some metrics, man. You have millions of subscribers, right? You have so many people watching shorts. You have products out there. Once again, you're giving our keynote, and we're so thankful to have you here. But yeah, just introduce yourselves to those of us who might not be familiar with what you do. And
Yeah,
obviously, we have
sure.
some awesome projects here in the background that are
Yeah.
very familiar to you because you did.
Yes, yeah. Spent lots of time looking at these models, but yeah. So I used to be a toy engineer, and somewhere along the way, COVID happened, and I was working on a lot of my personal projects at home in this like makeshift workshop, and so I was like, might as well just try to do this like exclusively because my toy engineer job was like basically just SolidWorks all day, and then I'd be making my stuff in SolidWorks all night, and it was just like too much. Like just not even the SolidWorks using, but like the decision making was just like tiring. So I was like, well, let's try this and see what happens as COVID. Like, if it fails, I'll just hopefully find another job as an engineer. We'll see.
There were a lot of people trying a lot of things.
Yeah,
during
exactly.
That time,
yeah, it was just that time. So I decided to go into it and reached out to you, and I was like, I'm gonna try doing this thing. I don't know if there's like a lot of people doing it, which was the main plan originally was to make kinetic sculptures. So I wanted to make art that used basically full engineering skills to bring the sculptures to life and do something that moves and says something about something.
Yeah, it's, being here, it's, you speak to so many different people, and there are so many classes, breakouts, meetups about this engineering strategy, that engineering strategy, this framework, that methodology. But like overall, when I look at, and it's, I look at some of your videos as I have over the years, when you've been on live streams with us, like overall, it's, you kind of almost take fun as a bit of the strategy that you take to engineering.
Yeah, definitely.
Like, is that kind of how you think through a lot of your projects?
It's actually funny, like my keynote today, which maybe will give you a little bit of insight, but it's actually about like how the ideas are really fun and the results are really fun, but engineering as a process is actually just, it's always kind of challenging and not always fun, but definitely in the projects that I'm picking, I'm like often interested in something or like curious about something and excited to see what happens if I bring that to life. So that is what drives a lot of my project selection in the first place.
I was thinking earlier, like the way I might describe you is you're creatively mechanical.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
like that, at least your content, not you as a person.
Honestly, it is actually. It's like like I made this sculpture at one point, which was like a bunch of like little guys looking at their phone because I had seen people walking like down the road, and there's like 3 people, and they're like together, but they were all on their phone walking in a straight line.
I think you should, I don't remember when it was. So when was that? When did you make that project?
When was that?
Because I know you showed me pictures of it when we were talking on like Zoom or something.
This is 2023, I believe.
It
can't
feels
remember.
like you know sometimes when you're like trying to think about time, like you feel it in your bones. You're like that feels like it was about that.
I think it was then, and and so like, but like the first thought that went through my mind when I saw that was like, I can make that into a sculpture.
Yeah.
You know? And like, but like the sculpture itself, like some artists sculpt with their hands by like bringing things together, like clay molding. For me, I just hop into Solidworks and start like designing parts.
Yeah.
And so it then just becomes like a heavy engineering process, and it has really nothing to do with like art necessarily. Although I would argue that designing things, bringing something from nothing into something it's always art.
Sure.
Just we don't consider it to be art all the time.
I think at a content level, you were when I really started to get into design and engineering content online. You were one of the first people that I think turned me onto that approach a bit.
Interesting, yeah.
Yeah, I'm being honest. At 3D Experience World, like we have this whole maker zone area, so you really get to feel that. You have so many people that are kind of getting into, or I shouldn't say getting into, but more so just embracing that idea. You're also a great teacher, I have to say.
Thank you.
You're a great teacher online, and so much of what you do is movement. So how do you think about like do you kind of plan for that in terms of being an educator, like almost movement as a strategy to getting people to teach? And like, why do you think that helps people? Like, you can have like a textbook in front of you and like mechanism, like linkages and textbooks we've all seen.
Yeah.
But then just for some reason, just almost this constant movement of showing things on camera and just seeing, constant movement and the mechanisms, it keeps me tuned in, it keeps me learning. Like I don't even realize I'm learning sometimes.
Yeah, I think, I mean, one of the things for me is like I don't always feel like I'm like the smartest engineer out there. So I find that it's like sometimes hard for me to learn the concepts, but I learn really well through doing. And so like if I'm trying to figure out like, I don't know, the physics of like a linkage system, often just building it, I like am able to learn so much more than trying to like study it and like simulate it and whatever. And I think it's really nice, like in SolidWorks, like you're basically building things, but like obviously in a digital world, but like mates, the way I think about mates is the same way I think about like screwing things together and whatever. And so like even just like putting a mechanism together in SolidWorks allows me to learn a lot about like how the mechanism works. And like, for example, the clock project, I had no idea how clocks worked before I started that. And I was like, time to learn. And it's interesting because mechanical principles, I find, when you look at a clock as a whole or something like this as a whole, it looks very complicated. But when you break it down to its individual parts, it's actually really easy to understand. And so like for the clock, I like looked at a clock and I'm like, oh, this looks crazy. What do we do about this? But then you break it down, so there's an escapement. And then you break it down to like just a single tick. And then you're like, oh, if I just make the pendulum longer, it goes slower. And you can see this happening in real life. And then when you look back at the equations, now it like really starts to make sense. Like, okay, that equation that was just like symbols on a paper, I'm seeing this in real life and I'm seeing how this like works.
Yeah.
And then you can start building on top of that. And so I find the movement, it just gives you a little bit more purpose to like learning the concept, where like a lot of times in school, for example, like a prof would just like dump things on the chalk. We were still using chalkboards back then. I don't know what they do now, but
I'm sure in some places. Yeah.
But
let us know in the chat if you're still using chalkboards.
Yeah, but they would just dump stuff on the chalkboard with zero context, and I'm like,
that's super difficult. Yeah,
I have no
it's
idea
such
what
a layer. Like there's such an inherent layer of abstraction.
Yeah, and like like that's what I always loved about physics. Like in high school, was like you can basically learn a concept, and then you can see it happening like everywhere in the world. And so like one of my favorite courses in university was heat transfer.
Okay.
Because it's like suddenly like I'm like, oh, I understand now why like when it's humid, I don't cool down as much as when it's like super dry.
Yeah.
Because the evaporation, whatever. And so you can see these principles like happening and feel them happening in real life. And so I think movement is a kind of a similar thing. Like you can see it, and so you can better understand it.
Yeah. So we mentioned, you were a toy designer for years, right? Yeah. And you made your channel, and you've grown it to the point where so many people are familiar with you. I know you have so many connections out there. So many people are excited to see your keynote. I like to take inventory of where we are in time sometimes.
Yeah.
If you're at the beginning of a decade, You're at the end of a decade. I've said it a few times in conversations here, we're kind of right at the halfway point or past the halfway point now.
Yeah, just past it.
Sometimes when the Olympics are coming back up, I'm like, what year is it?
Yeah,
oh, wow.
yeah, it's crazy.
Like we're almost like we're over halfway through the
Yeah.
2020s. So I wanted to ask you, you know, especially as, you know, just knowing you over that time frame roughly as well, like how have things changed? Like if you look back to like 2019, 2020, you know, design tools. You mentioned we have a maker edition now, a maker offer that a lot of you are taking advantage of. Back then it was different, but also just accessibility of tools, like price-wise, technology. So like what are some of the biggest changes you feel like you've seen over the past like 6 years or so? That have helped you,
The biggest change for me that's come out in the past like 3 years is high-speed 3D printing. Because that is drastically changed.
Yeah, because like back then, 2019, 2020, 3D printing was still like in this kind of funny state, especially at a personal use level.
Yeah. It was, and it was a lot slower. But like at the time, it was just all we knew. But like basically the same part that would take 8 hours to print 3 years ago, or 4 years ago, now only takes an hour. And so my iterations are faster. So I can do a lot more in a day. And then when you pair that with AI, obviously, like can't ignore it. It basically just sped up the entire process. You know,
So when you say that, and it's interesting because there's so many ways that people are talking about AI these days. Like I use, you know, different LLMs for a lot of different projects, a lot of different stuff. We've heard a ton of it already during general sessions this week. We've heard a lot of it at the desk. Like for you, where has AI like actually practically come into play?
So in the mechanical design phase, it's a little bit less, I don't use it as much, but I still do. Like, I'm like, can you suggest a mechanism? And it will like explain something to me that like maybe makes no sense, but somehow sparks my vision. And actually I use that on the Flappy Bird project that I was working on, where like I had the bird on a lever and I wanted it to like flip up when the lever went up. And then like at a specific point flip down when the lever went down. And I had like AI explain something to me, and I'm like, I have no idea what you're talking about. Can you make an image? And it like produced like an SVG that I had to like download and open. And that also didn't really make sense, but that sparked something in my mind that then allowed me to like come up with a whole design for this thing. And so from that perspective, like it's great. It's just like nice to have someone to ask questions to and like think. Like I'm a content creator. I work by myself most of the time. And I don't have anyone to like bounce ideas off of. So to have an AI to bounce ideas off of, even in the mechanical design phase. But what's even more useful is obviously coding, because I'm a mechanical engineer.
That's come up a bunch of times here. Like just talking to people at the desk and like talking to people in the corridor. Coding, and which I've used as well, like for API style projects.
So exactly, API stuff, I would never have even like, I'm like, I could spend a lot of time doing that, or I could just find a different project that is more in my wheelhouse. But now I'm like, I can do any project I want. Like if I don't know how to code it, I'm like confident that I'll be able to figure it out with the help of AI. So that's also changed the workflow as well. So those two things have actually, you know, like just sped up my iteration process in like high-speed 3D printing, and then also sped up my like finishing process in just like helping me like code and just like complete and all that. And so yeah, like I think those two changes are like they're like massive changes.
It's weird. Things can change very quickly. That's something you definitely realize, or at least I realized just talking to people here. You know, one thing that I wanted to ask you is that obviously I said if I wanted to describe your work, it's creatively mechanical. That's how I come to describe it personally. And you hear it through talking to people here. I mentioned, you know, sometimes we get so into the processes and methodologies and we try to fit everything into a box. And then sometimes you also hear people, you know, designers, engineers at this conference beyond saying like, if I only had more time, if I was only bogged down less, if this wasn't such a pain, if I wasn't stuck in meetings. And like, these are real, like for me, creativity is, so much of creativity is joy. And then sometimes when you're just doing monotonous things you don't enjoy, right? They're creativity killers. So if you can give like one piece of parting advice, we're going to see you in general session, obviously. So you're not like leaving, but like just as we wrap this up, there's a lot of people watching. You know, if you at home or at the office have found yourself feeling that way, like just I am tapped to creativity because of X, Y, and Z, how can I get a little bit more of that creative spark back? And this could be anything. You could say go on more walks. it could be changed.
That's
Go
great.
ahead.
That's a great tip. Go on more walks for sure. This is what my keynote is about, but I would say try to finish more of the things that you start. And if you want to know why, you got to watch the keynote.
Oh man, look at you. You're better than me at this. Look at this. We're like, I think we're in sync because of how long we've known each other.
Yeah.
But it's awesome, man. Thank you so much
Thank
for dropping by the desk.
Yeah,
and
no problem.
Engineezy on YouTube and many other spaces, right? You're on Instagram, everywhere,
right?
Yeah. So make sure you follow Jay, and also
Thank
you'll
you.
see Jay during the keynote. So once again, Jay, thanks, man.
Cool. Thanks, Sean.
All right, well, we are back with another tech session. I'm pretty excited about this one personally. I'm here with Josh Veilman of Motorsport Engineering. Thanks for coming on, man.
It's fun. You
I'm
put me
excited.
under a lot of pressure here.
But a lot of pressure. I'm excited to have you here. You know, you guys who are regular viewers of my show, you know that I am a visualized guy, right? If you know anything about me, you probably know that. I've followed Josh on Instagram for a while now, and I just happened to see him posting some pretty cool renderings, and we just started chatting. And here you are.
I'm here.
You're right in front of me. So I'm always banging on about how important it is to present your models well, right? You always might as well take advantage of what's there. You've put a ton of effort and love and care and dedication into your models. You might as well use that effort that you've already put in, get some pretty cool shots out of it, which is what you did. And it caught my attention. We started chatting, and one thing led to another. Down the road, here we are for a cool tech session. Now, that is not our topic, unfortunately, for today, because I could talk visualize forever. But we do have a pretty cool session, I think, today that we'll talk about a little bit of what Josh does on a day-to-day basis. Do you want to kick us off with where we're going?
Yeah, sure. I mean, so what do? I design engines for motorsport. Super big assemblies. I've been in Solidworks for 20-something years. We were talking earlier, I don't know how many thousands of hours I have in Solidworks now, but effectively my job nowadays is developing engines from scratch, working with motorsport manufacturers to work in endurance and single-seater car racing and a few hypercars and things. So yeah, I live in Solidworks. I've just been getting into Visualize the last few months, and Jess's been helping me trying to work out how to do that. I'm a guy that works on multiple service packs behind, so I was still PhotoView 360 until the beginning of this year, so I'm learning. But
I'll let it slide. I'll let it slide.
I'm getting there. But look, you'll find me on Instagram. I post as much of my work as I can that's public, and one of the things I get asked for a lot is some tutorials or some content on, how do you design complex components like an engine block that has all, more going on inside than outside. So we had the opportunity to do something. Today we're going to try and do what takes me several weeks normally in 45 minutes and show you at least my approach to designing products like that.
Not to put you on the spot at all,
just
right?
a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, very cool. So we have some examples that are showing up on screen here behind us and also on Josh's screen here of some of the things that you put together, which are nothing short of a work of art. Some beautiful renderings to boot. So now, just for you guys, viewers at home, we also have a live in-person audience as well as yourselves. So if we have any questions that pop up, you guys are welcome to ask questions as we go. This is an actual technical session that is part of 3DEXPERIENCE world as well as our live show. So we have sort of a dual audience here, which is always fun. So we can really go at the pace that you want to go, Josh.
Yeah,
and
cool.
if any of you guys have questions, there's a mic here which you can.
And interrupt me, because otherwise I would just sit here in silence and just draw things, which is probably not very interesting. But
right. So we're going to focus a little bit on engine block design.
Yeah, that's a good place to start.
Yeah.
I develop all sorts of different engines. This up here is a V6 that's public. So this is an engine being developed primarily for endurance racing. It's tiny. It's like this big. It's about 750 horsepower, V6, 120 degrees. That as a model in SolidWorks is 3,500 components. There's a lot going on in there. But the interesting thing about it is we machine pretty much everything in-house. So all of these parts are not just designed for fun and then they put them on the internet and hope that somebody else is going to work out how to make them. We design and do all the cam ourselves in-house. And as a result of that, with not using as much casting as you might do in other manufacturing scenarios, the volumes are small. You know, we make 20 of these a year. We have to do some quite interesting, intricate internal engineering when we're drawing these parts, but also thinking about how we do the manufacturing for them. So,
yeah, and you do all of the machining, or the majority of it
in-house,
yourself. Yeah, one of the things that impressed me when I had been following you is just obviously your design skills, but also your machining skills and your ability to promote these things digitally.
Well, I can't claim all the machining skills.
Renaissance.
I do some of the programming, and
Sure.
yeah, there's a whole team of people in a couple of factories I'm involved with, and
Yeah, absolutely.
some machines in-house in the UK that I do have to manage myself as well. So I
Yeah.
won't claim all responsibility, but
Yeah, certainly.
so today we're going to have a look at engine blocks. Obviously, it's an interesting challenge to design an engine block. There's a lot going in. There is a lot of integrated components, and one of the things that I wanted to demonstrate is how we do that backwards. The key focus in motorsport is primarily density and weight. So designing a block as a big block of aluminium and cutting back on it isn't always the best approach to designing things in Solidworks. So I thought, we'll see how far we can get, but let's design an engine block to start with in SolidWorks live and
Very cool.
explore. But
I've I've been going through the playground and things like that, seeing some of the other exhibits. I've gotten some stickers and some tchotchkes. Are you going to be handing out engines for me next year?
yeah, if you can do, yeah. If
Yeah,
you've got the
perfect.
budget, I'll bring some engines
Okay.
and hand them out.
Yeah, you let me know. Send me a bill.
Ultimate prize fund. Cool. Okay. Well, should we switch in SolidWorks? And I've got 39 minutes remaining, so I've got some work to do here.
Yeah, I've already put you behind the 8 ball. Yeah, absolutely. We can go ahead and switch over, and we'll give it a run here. So obviously, an engine block is extremely complex, and not only is it complex, but you've got a lot of external complexity and internal complexity. Is that really where the challenge comes from?
Yeah, you've got to integrate a lot of components. It tends to be the keystone component that you start with in most engines, unless you've got donated heads or other components that you're trying to work around, but it tends to be where you start. The challenge with it is you've got a lot going on inside, so to make it as light as possible, I work back to front. So what you're going to see in a minute is surface modeling, not solid body modeling to start with. And we start by designing basically everything that happens inside. So all of your oil galleries, all your coolant paths. Effectively, you've got to turn your brain upside down, design the inside of the engine block, and then we build material around it based on what the strength we need and insulation we need. So what you end up with is actually quite an intricated part, but it's not intricate for the fun of being intricate. That is the minimum amount of material we need to cover all the bits that need to happen inside. So we're on screen? Cool.
Good to go.
So, what should we do? We're in America, let's do a V8. So, I would normally start
You know your audience.
with a reference sketch. Just make sure they are actually parallel. Let's give us a center dimension of 190. I'm working in metric here, I'm afraid. And then we're going to need a couple of references in the middle. And we're going to need some bore sizes. Anybody for a bore size? 4.180. What's that, 105? 110 mil? Yeah, 110. 110, right. So, and what we're doing with these reference sketches is effectively just grounding everything that we're trying to work with here.
Yeah, so that's a pretty good common technique, right? And lay out a sketch to begin with, and then you've kind of got some framework to work around.
What have we done here?
Now, it's interesting, the mindset, and I'll just kind of chat here while you're modeling away, but it's interesting the mindset that you just said, because that actually made something click with what makes a lot of sense, but I wouldn't actually have thought of, in that you're basically designing the bits that you need to cover. I obviously don't do engine blocks, so I would have definitely gone the other way around and then tried to fit all the holes into it and then made them not fit and had to go back and fix what what I just did. But that's smart that you would start with all the channeling, all your cooling, work backwards from there.
Right, so we've got a front face, we've got a 90-degree bank angle, we've got 110 mil bore spacing. I've got in here, where did it go? I had in here a 85mm dimension, which is effectively your bottom point of your piston.
Okay.
We're going 90 because we're 110. So that's your reference face on the side, and then we're going to do a deck face up here to get ourselves started. So make sure we know what we're doing. On the wrong side. This is
Now-
harder than I thought it was going to be to do this
How-
live whilst being watched.
How often do you start from scratch like this? I would imagine not often. Most of the engines that you build are pretty similar, right, at this point. So do you carry designs over, or do you just start from scratch like this pretty frequently?
To be honest, the programs involved in mostly start completely differently.
Okay.
I'd like to think there's stuff that carries over, but certainly for a block, we'd start fresh.
Interesting. Okay, I would have figured that was the other way around.
Well, the thing is, moving from multiple bank angles, bore spacings, offsets, you end up in a real hole if you try and carry things over to be lazy. So it's usually worth. What are we at? 20? Yeah. So what we're doing here is we're setting out our bore, we're setting out some head studs,
Okay.
and then what we'll come back to is some coolant channels.
We're going to have to put Josh in the Model Mania competition after this, trying to model an engine live.
The pressure is hard. Right, so what we've got here is a reference for our head studs and our bore size, and hopefully enough space to put coolant and sealing channels around the outside. We'll come back to it.
So you're basically just building up in your head where things need to go, marking off all of your references first.
Exactly, yeah. So what we'll do actually is we'll put our banks in, shall we?
Now, a little trick that I'll add in while Josh is modeling here, and maybe he'll do this too, but one thing that I like to do when I am setting these kind of things up and I'm using sketches that are that I'm going to use basically for reference in the future is I'll just change the sketch color. You can just right click on any sketch in your tree, drop down sketch color, and swap that off, and I'll change them to different colors depending on what the reference is for. So if I have multiple reference sketches that are for the same purpose, then I'll just change those to the same color, and it makes for an easy identifier, especially if you're leaving those sketches turned on. I also try to do all of these at the beginning, which is what Josh is doing here too, because that keeps them at the top of your tree, keeps them loaded together, and then you can quickly kind of toggle those on and off, either with the display pane that pops out or just by clicking on them and using the in context menu.
So what we've got here now is our first bore. We've got some points where some studs will come in. I haven't got the time, but normally I would sit down and I'd work out exactly what's the insert going to be, how deep's it going to go,
Okay,
put some
yep.
chamfers and fillets, but we'll worry about that another day.
Okay, and this was, I was chatting away, but I see these are surfaces. So
Yes, all surfaces.
For those of you online who are not familiar with surface modeling, this is a great way to get into it, because if you were watching what Josh was doing and not listening to me chat away while he was doing it, you'll notice that they were pretty straightforward features, right? The list of features that are in surfacing, the first few are identical to the same ones that you would use for solid modeling. You just make an infinitely thin face instead of making geometry. So pretty comfortable way to get into surface modeling if you want to.
And I think a lot of people are quite scared of it. I certainly was.
I agree, yep.
It sounds like something terrifying. It's not. It's the same stuff. It's just flat.
Yeah, right.
And it allows you to do so much more. Most of my solid body modeling now starts with an element surface modeling because it just gives me so much more flexibility, which you'll see later when we start to do some cut with surface and things like that.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, a lot of people, when you think of surfacing, you think some crazy lofted or swept surfaces that are going to be really noodly and hard to control, but that doesn't have to be the case at all.
Undimensioned. I think that's the thing that always scared me about surface modeling, was the idea that you're doing it with a pencil and just hoping it's the right size in the right place. Right?
Splines.
Yeah.
Scary splines.
Nasty, nasty things. Right, so we're just putting in here let's cap those off and design those properly. So these are some ports at the top which will essentially distribute our coolant coming up the top of the cylinder. I am going to fillet them like you would in a normal surface model or a normal solid body model.
Yeah, and only thing to note
color.
that would be potentially different if you're using surface bodies is surface bodies can be unconnected. So like you can think of multiple faces that are not actually connected together. If they're not knit, you wouldn't be able to fillet those. In this case, it's one continuous surface, so you can just fillet it like you would any other solid geometry.
We're going to put some coolant channels in our block, which is pulling coolant from a main gallery up to the deck, providing some cooling in the block, but primarily just trying to get coolant into the head itself. So
Great use of box selects there.
4 mil.
Another cool way I like to do things like that, and Josh, I'm just going to chat away while
Go for it.
while you're modeling. But another way that I like to do things like that is to put the center line in and then use the segment tool. The segment tool has a couple different modes there. One of which is to put points on that entity, so you can break it up into however many you want to choose, and then you've got marked off where those holes, if it's a pattern along that arced slot like that, you can just lock them down to those points.
So we're starting to put these coolant channels in. As you'll see, I'm basically drawing over myself, and we'll come back to that, but I'm trying to drop all the geometry into place, and then we'll start to trim it together. So I've got those coolant channels at the top. Let's, for the sake of this, say we're going to have the same at the bottom. Save myself some time. What I'll do is I will take those, I'll mirror them around this plane here, and I'll just make those construction, get them out of the way, because I might want them to be a slightly different length than the other side.
Now, question for you. Is there a reason why you tend to mirror things as the sketch instead of the surface bodies, or it just happens to be the way that you like to do it?
It's a good question. I think because it tends to work quicker.
Okay.
When you're processing, because this tree, once we finish this tree, it'll be 6,000 line items. So
Yeah, rebuild times.
rebuild times get pretty large. Also, quite often I might get 1,000 in and then make a major dimension change for something that we've learned,
Sure.
or we've gone through some sim and realised that actually that dimension needs to change. So modifying sketches and allowing it to play out is easier, because I might have to modify 6 sketches to get the change I want, whereas if I've done it in bodies, I've got to basically rebuild through the bodies.
Yep, okay, makes sense.
So we've got our coolant channels coming down. We're going to come back to our front plane. Tell you what I've done. Would you like to know what I've done? Right, I'm going to cheat because I've done everything 90 degrees off from where it would be.
One of the things that I like that Josh just said is that when you're working with surface bodies, he said, I'm going to model over what I've already done, but it doesn't matter. I'm going to come back and worry about it later. That's one of my favorite reasons, I guess, to use surfacing, is that you can kind of lay things out totally independent of everything else. And you don't have to worry about the solid features, rebuilding, or finding those new edges, or where they're going to overlap each other, and then go back and try to fix all that. You can lay all of the geometry out, or totally independent of every other feature. You can see where they're going to land, and then you can go back and trim things back together, or whatever process you want to use to put it back together. But the surface doesn't really care about any surface that's anywhere else, right? You can just lay things out where you want to lay it out, give everything a good eyeball, see where it's going to go, and then figure out how it all fits together. Where if you do things the other way with solids in complex situations like this, with each feature that you add, that feature, unless you're turning off merge result, is going to have to merge itself into the group of all of the other features, which may or may not cause any issues. But with the number of things that are in close proximity here, it does make good sense to do this as just individual surfaces that are just kind of purely eyeball reference, and then work up from that point. So I like this.
What we've, as you say, from that, what we've realised is, let's just make that huge, get out of the way. Something that would be a nightmare if you'd done this solid body and now needed to change it is our coolant channels come round in a radius here. They actually come round too far, because when I then get them all to interface with the coolant channel down the bottom, we can see that that's nigh on touching our bore, which doesn't give us enough surface area, enough material thickness. So I can come back, I can go back to my sketch, the original one. I should label these, but I have not.
Yeah, that's a good point too. Josh was saying that with a tree like this, with this kind of complexity, you're going to get a lot of features that come up in the tree. An easy thing to do is I've got a lot of work to do. I'll just keep making these and just go about my business, right? And not spend the 2 seconds that it takes to rename things. However,
And put things in folders.
put things in folders, it will come back to bite you. So the 2 seconds that it takes to rename something, I do find is well worth it, or at least the critical ones, right? You don't have to go through renaming every single thing you add in, but the ones that you know that at some point I might need to come back and grab these, definitely worth a tap on the F2 or give it a quick rename, and it will help you out. Of course, we also have breadcrumbs and things like that in the graphics area. So if you have those sketches colored, like I mentioned earlier, and they're easy to find, you can always come back and pick them up out of the graphics area pretty easily and locate any features that are associated with that. By default, remember your breadcrumbs go up in the top left, but the D key will bring them to your cursor.
So what we're just going to start doing here is starting to trim some stuff up so they're in the right places. So we've got all our pieces here, and what we're going to do is we're going to keep our cups, buckets, whatever you want to call them. I'm going to keep our coolant channels and just make those into the same component, which will just help us on our rebuild times as we start to move things around.
Yeah, cool. All right, so again, for you guys at home or in the audience who are not familiar with surface modeling, Josh is doing a mutual trim, which means it's taking those zero thickness surfaces, again, you can think of them as faces, and it's letting you trim them together with each other. So wherever they cross over each other, you can keep or remove sections of those based on where they intersect each other.
And then what we're going to do now, we've got a pretty good basis for everything we're working with here, as I'm going to take all of those bodies and I am going to duplicate them along. I'm not going to take that one. I'm going to go this way. Our ball spacing was 120.
And of course, another note, this is what I was just asking a moment ago of why he was mirroring this. Same goes for patterns, right? Bodies would be what you would want to use in this case, whether you're using multiple solid bodies, which again you can think of as parts within a part, kind of, as well as surface bodies. They are their own sort of individual entity from within the part. You can take that and you can move it or duplicate it or pattern it as well. And you just want to make sure that you're using the bodies checkbox option in the pattern to get that done.
So now we've got all these in here. I'm going to trim those up again. So we've got all of our coolant channels. This feels so big. V8s are big. And again,
everything's bigger in Texas, Josh.
Yeah, I know.
Everything's bigger in
the
Texas.
size of this conference.
Yeah.
I'm exhausted. Again, a bit of manual clicking. I'd love to say there's a load of Excel shortcuts for this sort of stuff, but there isn't.
Yeah. Another nice benefit of doing that mutual trim first, though, is all of those cooling passages that go straight down are connected all together.
Correct. So you're not mirroring.
You're not having to
linear pattern of like 400 components. So
yeah. So that's always a good idea to kind of think ahead a little bit of, if these things are going to be grouped together, there might be a smarter place to do those trims than another.
And that comes from hours of shouting at things over the years and going, okay, now I know that needs to come first and that comes later.
Right, yeah.
So what we're going to do is we're just going to actually, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We are going to put our deck face on here.
We appreciate you sharing your knowledge, so keep our own personal cursing to a minimum while we're trying to do the same thing.
Well, there's still a lot of that. I'm being very PC here. Yes, so I'm just going to put deck surface on here for exactly the same reason, so that we can merge this all together before I stop mirroring the bank.
Okay. Reason why you're using 3-point arcs instead of full arcs, that might become evident as we
because I hate the trim tool.
Okay.
Sorry, it never quite does what I want, and it leaves weird construction geometry that I haven't thought about and trips me up later. So interesting.
All right, we're gonna have to talk about that,
that's
because
a me problem.
I've never once felt like I hate the trim. All right, while he's modeling, is there anybody in the audience here that doesn't like the trim tool? Are you talking about power trim? Because there's a bunch of different modes of the trim. Okay, we need to talk about this offline.
Maybe I need to understand.
We need to talk about
better.
this offline. Is there anybody that doesn't like the trim tool? Everybody likes the trim tool. I think the power trim tool is fantastic. Okay.
You do what you do here.
We'll get back to this.
I missed.
I didn't mean to make you start over. You're already crunched for time.
I want to see how you do it.
Okay, all right.
Right, so we're here, and then Mickey Mouse ears.
Yeah, okay. So trim.
Some dimensions on there. I don't know, 12 mil on there. Let's have that at a healthy 18. So you'd get the trim. Would you leave construction geometry?
I mean, if you need it in the future, do you need it in the future?
I like to have it.
Well, that's why you're getting construction geometry then.
Mind that.
Okay,
Then-
see?
All right.
I like
All right,
that.
I'll take it. I'll take it. So.
Little pro tip with the power trim too, if you keep your finger down, it's like playing chess, as you're making those trims, you can always go back if you make an error. So if you accidentally swipe over something, you'll see there's a little red box there. You can actually go back and drag back over that and it'll undo that last one that you did. So if you got a super complex trim that you need to do and you're being super careful and then you bump the wrong way, you can go back over that little red box and then carry on the way that you were just going. So it's not an all or nothing tool, which I like.
Let's carry on with your trimming then. We'll go this
All
way.
right, see?
I don't mind it. I don't mind it.
Okay, we're making progress in real time here.
All the way over here. Tiny screen.
Okay, so again, is there a reason why you do this as one full sketch, just because it's a continuous face and it just feels more convenient to do that all in one?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
the thing about the trim tool is if you've got two flat surfaces that are perfectly the same and you layer them over each other, even if they only overlap a little bit and you try and trim them, it doesn't like that.
Right.
I haven't found a way to stop it doing that. So if I was to create one panel and then mirror it across where it slightly overlaps and then try and trim it together, it kind of trips out. So
I see what you're saying.
large
yeah.
panels like that, I
Yeah,
try and,
trying to knit things that are surface overlapping.
exactly, yeah, that are sort of mutual.
Yeah.
How many people here do their modeling on a laptop screen? I've seen a lot of people doing quite complex modeling just sat in the breakout areas this week on tiny screens. I'm
I
struggling.
know, I've got big screens at my desk too, and I suffer when I have to work on my laptop.
Yeah.
Even more impressive, we were talking about who works on a trackpad, and one of our champions was doing Model Mania competition, speed competition on a trackpad. I didn't hear how he made out, but I'm gonna have to find out because I am beyond curious. I only know one other person here, Brian Zayas, who likes to use his trackpad, and he takes a lot of abuse for it.
With the arrow keys or completely trackpad?
I think just completely trackpad.
That's
yeah, and it's
impressive.
maniacal as far as I'm concerned.
All right, I think I'm learning how to use your tool. Why does it keep coming back? See, this is why the trim tool confuses me, because now I've lost all my equal dimensions. Some of these are trimmed and some are not. And this is taking longer than it should do. Right, are we happy with that? That feels kind of right. Something somewhere isn't working, but let's see if it'll allow me to just create a plain old surface. Can't select the chain. That's that trim tool.
I don't know, Josh. You shouldn't listen to me. You're doing the presentation. I'm just giving bad ideas up here. Another convenient thing that I'll mention, because I'm just looking at Josh's screen. We've got a whole host of sketch relations that are popping up
Turn off.
all over the place. Yeah, you can toggle them on and off. Yep, exactly where Josh has just
Which one
gone.
is it? It's this one.
I do that on a relatively regular basis. Whether I need them or not, I tend to just kind of toggle them on and off. Also, you have the option to hide all types as well, right? So if you preset those buttons in that drop-down list to the things that you standard use, whether you're planes or axes or relations or whatever, you can also just click the little eyeball on and off and turn all of those references on, turn them all off. So you can sort of preset those buttons too for your convenience, or you can customize them as you go, right?
What's the trim tool left for me? That's here.
Let's
Right,
see.
there we go.
now I've messed you all up.
Anybody see it?
You stray from the formula.
Why is it unhappy? Really doesn't like it.
How do you guys, I'll ask the audience while you're looking around, how do you guys do something like this? How do you analyze your sketches to try to figure out when you get, I mean, every one of us has gotten in this situation, right, where you're looking high and low, trying to figure out why you don't have one continuous closed contour. You guys can just shout out if you have any ideas. What do you typically do in this scenario? Do you just try to build the feature and see if it fails and see what happens, or pretty much, yeah. The other option would be to use check sketch for feature. You guys ever use that one? Check sketch for feature is kind of a handy one. Off the top of my head, what drop down is it in? I don't recall. But check sketch for feature is maybe under tools, sketch tools, and that will allow you to say, basically, I'm trying to make an extrude, or I'm trying to make a revolve with this sketch. See if you can figure out what is wrong with this. So you can preset what your intended use case is, and that will allow you to sometimes pick up some of those short little stubby segments or something like that.
So what I've done here is give up and put a big large rectangle, because all we need to do here is get ourselves a face rather than sit here and try and debug with you. But what we're going to do is we're going to mirror that to give us the other side. And make sure it doesn't do that. And then what we're going to do is the move bodies thing, which despite spending years in SolidWorks, I only discovered a couple of years ago and is my new favorite tool.
Yeah, move bodies is a good one.
So we're going to move to get our bank offset. Let's go backwards. We're not going to copy it. Bank offset of 20 mil. So what we've done here is we've created our cylinders, our stud pockets, simplified for the purpose of this. We've got some coolant channels, and we've got some coolant galleries in here. It's starting to look like the inside of an engine block. There's also some oil galleries and other things that we'd add in. We're not going to do that for now. We're going to start playing with some solid bodies. So looking at this, I would say, okay, I've got my bores here, and I would have a calculator over here, and I'd do my hoop stress calculations. I'd start on my deck face, and I'd say, okay, I know that the cylinder pressures I'm running, the materials I'm using for this block, manufacturing methods, I want at least, I don't know, 18 mil wall thicknesses around my combustion chambers. And this is where I do like power trim, where it's a bit simpler.
Oh, I see. Now the power trim is your friend, huh?
Over there. Here, I don't mind it, because we can go woo. Right, so we've got ourselves some solid bodies, and we're going to come down 120 mil.
Do you guys make sound effects when you model?
You have to.
You have to, right? It's.
And we're going to do the same for our studs.
You need to write a macro where you can feed in your own sound effects, so the software makes your own sound effects for you.
Is that enough? How many have I got? 5? Yeah. 2 down here. I cheat with my linear patterns. I just create them, and then I said that, and then it didn't work.
Oh, so that's an interesting concept. So you just make generically the number of things that you want, get rid of the relations,
drag them around,
and then drag them.
That's why.
That's actually a pretty good idea. I don't think I've ever done that before. Yes. And then just build your own relations.
Otherwise, you spend ages putting things in place and just
that's clever.
Drag the edges. Right, so let's come down, I don't know, let's have 30 mil on the boss. And are we going to merge them yet? Yes, we are. You have to do a lot of thinking about when you're going to merge things and not, because I'm going to add in some fillets and some chamfers and things, and when they're all merged together, it's not always the best. So let's say we've got 50 mil stroke, so I want my hoop 55 or 555 in here, but actually once I go down past my combustion chamber, I can go a little bit smaller, so let's just offset. everything. Let's say we can cut things down by 6 mil, and then we can go up to turn the sketches back on up to here.
One thing I'll comment on while Josh is doing this little section here is when he did the move body, there's 2 options in there for move body. One is just the move body, which is the one that he used, but there's also a copy on there which he called out and said, I'm not going to copy this right now. But that is a convenient way to do things sometimes, because you can take the body, leave it where it is, leave that initial surface body, and make a copy of it somewhere else. You can make a duplicate. So you can leave your original reference, then make a copy that says, okay, this is my other reference that's offset by some amount or whatever. So both of those options do have use cases.
So what we're doing here, which is the advantage of doing it back to front, is I'm saying, okay, I only need the strength of my material at the top of my chamber up here. I'm not starting with something that's super thick, the entire length of my bore, and then trying to cut material out of it. I'm starting with my bare minimum material. I'm going to do the same with the studs, so I've got a nice shoulder on it at the top. But actually, what I'm going to do, once you get into the main length of material, is I'm going to take that, I'm going to offset that by, I don't know, 4 mil.
Yeah, and again, all of the modeling that you're doing here is the negative space of the engine, right? So we're modeling in positive world the negative space that's going to be removed from the block first.
No, actually, we're starting to build a block here.
Oh, I
so
gotcha.
what you've got here is
Now the
if
solids.
I show you here as well, what we will have eventually, and I can show you right here, and we can get ahead of it, is
Okay. Yep.
cut the surface, and you'll be left with all of the funky things that are happening
Yeah. Cool.
in a much more slimmed down block. So that's where we're going to end up. Maybe not in the time we've got left, but gives you an idea of where I'm going. So I can sit here and I can go.
Yeah. Okay. So now we're building up the physical part of the block.
Right.
Got it.
Exactly. So let's not get too excited about this stuff actually, because we haven't got time. So I'm going to take these here, and I'm going to isolate those so we can see what's going on. So we've got a coolant channel in here, front to back, so let's make sure we've got that built in. And let's have a wall thickness of maybe 4 mil. From each of these. And with a lot of these things, you'll notice I'm just I'm making them huge. So I'm just putting them in at a meter. I'll come back to them and adjust where those faces mate to once I've worked out where I'm going and what I'm doing. And what you'll see is, if I change the color of that part there, solid yellow, the pressure is killing me. One of the nice ways about doing this is you're going, okay, I'm starting with my minimum material, but I can see where things are poking through, so I need to add in some more material. So
Yeah.
I might take, actually, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll take,
This is a great way to go too. This is the 3D equivalent of basically what I was saying with the colored sketches, right? If you just apply some kind of color, it doesn't even matter, right? Pick an RGB to the part that's going to be potentially creating a hole, then you can more clearly see where that's poking through.
Right, so I'm, for the sake of time, going to use those, and I'm going to 4 of them, and I'll do the same thing again. Bring that over here, in the right place, and bring back my solid body. And I want to come at least down to here, so I'm going to just do, tell you what, they're at different heights, so we're going to do it by contour, so it's the same sketch, but I'm going to do it in 2 different ways. I'm going to go up surface to here, I'm going to let that merge, and then we're going to pull the same sketch.
Yeah, that's another great technique that Josh is using here. So that's a shared sketch between features, so you can use the same sketch for multiple purposes, right? You can build more information into the sketch than you would need for one particular feature, but you can keep it all in one place. You just need to use the contour selection at the bottom of your feature options to choose which part of the sketch you want to use for that particular feature.
If I can find the right surface to here. Is that going to work? No. Why does nothing work?
Another thing that I'll mention as he's going here too is when you're using surface bodies versus solid bodies, they are in separate folders in your tree. So a lot of the things that he's doing here is using a surface body and just sending it way out in space or whatever, just so you can get a good quick visual that's easy to see and use it as a reference, right? Those are separated automatically in your tree. So you'll see the bodies folder at the top. Some of you who have not used multi-body techniques at all before may have never seen that. By default in SolidWorks, those bodies folders just get hidden because most of the time you don't really need them, right? They're just kind of, it's irrelevant information. So it auto hides it if you're not using it so that it's just out of your way. But once you get into a multi-body scenario, so if you uncheck merge results on any of your features, or if you use a surface body, then you'll see those showing up. For me on my tree, I just turn my bodies folders on all the time. You can customize your tree options, your feature manager options to show those. I do that because I like to do a lot of multi-body work myself too and surfacing. So I just turn those on so those are there all the time, and I can easily see I've got 0 bodies or 5 bodies or whatever. But my point is your surface bodies are always separated. They're in their own separate folder. So it is a nice thing to be able to do to just build the surfaces as visual representations. And you can always find those pretty quickly in your tree and turn them off. You don't have to go scanning your whole tree if you've got 1,000 features like Josh was talking about. You don't have to go scanning your whole tree to try to find them. You can just go to your surface bodies folder all the way at the top of your tree and work from there. I'll also remind you that with multi-bodies that tab to hide does work. So you can tab to hide and shift tab to hide to unhide bodies as well if you know where something is. And that does work with surface bodies as well. So you can kind of quickly get things out of your way if you want to. You can always bring them back from the folder, or shift tab if you know where they are. Control shift tab, does that work with surface bodies? It should.
Well, I'm not a shortcuts guy. I'm a do things the hard way guy.
Should.
So what we've done here, obviously it's a bit messy and we've done it very quickly, but we've created our minimum solid body model around our surfaces. Okay. We've now got a trimmed up sort of skeleton going on inside, and if I am lucky, I will be able to go surfaces, cut with surface, and I will get it the right way around, be able to trim all of those away from our solid bodies, so we have our minimum viable block shape here. And what we would do, obviously we'd fill it the living daylights out of it, turn it into something that's machinable, but also make sure that we're stress relieving all of our key points. We drop this into our simulation software of choice, run a bunch of sim, work out where we're perhaps lacking some material, maybe we need some more supports, maybe we need a bit of bracing across the deck, and we'd be able to go back very easily through my otherwise well-labeled tree, and I'd be able to say, okay, well, let's increase the amount of I don't know, material around the combustion chamber at the top end. Let's add a taper here. Let's pull apart that. Actually, this was super strong, so we can pull out some material here, save another 50 grams. And it was kind of iterative, but we've built it in such a way that I can very quickly go and modify certain elements and let it play back through. The nice thing about doing it this way is if you had a block and you were trying to cut out your bores and your cylinders and everything else, if you said, actually, I want to move my coolant channel slightly further down because I want to bridge them together, you'd have to basically rebuild around it, then recut it out and everything else. Whereas with this, if I can find it because I didn't label it, I can just go, right, actually, I want that to be 95. And hopefully, when the laptop catches up, I put in 950. Bring me back my proper desk. But yeah, I can flex it around all over the place. Right. My internal channels all play nicely. My external bodies all play nicely. Even your fillets, when this is all filleted, play nicely. And fillets never play nicely. This is the neatest way to do these things. So there was no chance we can design an entire engine in 45 minutes. But I hope that is quite useful to see how we go about it, how we start to think about it backwards. When you see these things, I should have brought one really, but when you see these things in a full engine where you've got all of your coolant channels, all of your oil passages, you've got all your crankshaft internals in the cavities as well, that looks like an ant's nest. It is a bit upside down brain numbing to look at these things, but you build them up piece by piece. It means that even in something that has 6,000 line items in my tree, I can go back to line item 6 and change a dimension, and it follows through quite neatly without having huge amounts of failures. So for any kind of complex, lightweight part that needs lots of features, lots of internal channels, and lots of stress analysis, that is my recommended way to do things.
Wow, you have 44 seconds left.
That was so neatly. I mean, it's not
Nicely
quite an engine, but
done.
it gives you an idea.
You got to a finish line.
Looks like a thing.
And it looks like a thing. I will give you that. I'm impressed with you. Well, we'll wrap up this segment here. If you live guys want to stick around for some questions, we can take that offline. But Josh,
thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
Thanks, man. Absolutely.
That was so much pressure.
Super fun session. Did you say this was your first live demo in SolidWorks?
I've never done SolidWorks with somebody watching. No.
Right.
I'm going to be really happy to go back and sit in the dark.
Got it. Yeah, you've got eyes on you. So thanks for taking it on, taking the pressure, and ending up with an engine block for us. All right. Thanks.
Jesse, did you change clothes?
I did.
Oh man, look at that.
Just like that, just in the 2 seconds we were gone.
Yeah.
No, we talked to Josh last night.
Yep.
In accordance with the event schedule, and now we're back here. That was a really fun conversation, though.
You had a crowd there. That was great.
Yeah, we did, and some fans of Josh's Instagram channel, and it was fun.
Awesome.
People were impressed that he made it that far in 45 minutes. They're like, how did you do that in 45 minutes? And that was his first live demo behind the wheel. He's done keynotes and TED Talks and things like that, but never done a live SolidWorks demo, so that was pretty cool.
That's our community, right?
Yep.
Impressive as always. And of course, the stream is Community plus SolidWorks 2027. We are inching closer and closer to the closing general session of the event. If you're just joining us, welcome. But this specific segment is actually dedicated to what I spoke about just a moment ago, future releases of SolidWorks. And a big part of that was day 2, yesterday's general session, where we had the 3D Survivor skit reveal, which of course is the fun-loving way that we get in the mood to see the new SolidWorks enhancements that are coming down the pipeline as planned. And by the way, out of roll, I have so many members, we have so many members of the cast. Let's take a look at them. What's up, guys? Hey, do you want to catch Comfy? Catch it.
Look out.
There you go, Sandy. I don't know what it means when I throw Comfy. It's like at a wedding when you throw the bouquet. I don't know what that means for you, Sandy.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
You're the next winner.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you guys, we see some awesome B-roll here. If you guys enroll, of course, as part of the skit, 3D Survivor. So I wanted to ask, for this year's skit, what were some of the inspirations? And I got to say, Todd, love the hat.
Yeah. I mean, look, I'll be honest, it may or may not be obvious, but it comes down to I'm a huge fan of the show. And we go through a long process of trying to figure out, what to do the theme of the skit every year. And we pitch different ideas and they all come around and maybe I had some influence on...
For the last 3 years, Todd has only said Survivor.
Yes.
We're doing Survivor.
Any ideas?
Survivor.
Yes, I know Todd Survivor.
Yep.
Anyone else?
That's correct.
Yeah.
So this year we broke down.
Close, but I will say that once we settled on the theme, I was like, okay, that's great. Can I please be the Jeff Probst character and host the thing? So I did beg for that. I'll admit that.
But it was really nice to have like a true expert. I mean, this guy knows everything about Survivor, and anything we would pitch that was a little off of the show.
No, you can't do it. That's not the way it goes on the show, guys. So.
He was our in-house fact checker for sure. He'd say, "Oh, what about this? Oh, they would never ever do that. No way."
Yeah, I mean, but honestly, right? Like the show's been on for 25 years. I go way back almost to the beginning watching the thing. It's it's just a huge thing for me. But I listen to the podcast. I'm really into it, way too much, I guess. But one of the things the host there says a lot of times, he's like, okay, I tell everybody, the game is the lure, but the experience is the prize. So I think I'll try to relate it to like what we do. Okay, the skit is the lure, the enhancements are the prize. Okay, so that's what we try to do. I like it. Yeah,
That's
awesome.
good.
I love that. And Tiago, welcome. So you won the game.
What?
You won the game,
Yeah,
right?
of course I did.
Yeah.
I just played to win.
This
you know?
I believe is this your first time starring in the skit?
Oh yeah, here it is. Yeah,
That's
you know,
a-
back in Latin we do our own skits
Okay.
as well. But here, like in the big league, I mean, like you know,
league.
it's like the Super Bowl of the skits. It's the first time, so I'm very honored to be invited for this amazing guys.
And if you go back and watch the live replay, Tiago never made it up to the U.S. for the filming, so everything was shot. We shot.
You told me that yesterday. I was like,
yeah,
what?
and then
What?
Tiago shot themselves in his office,
crazy.
and they were able to blend all of the footage together to get Tiago there without being there, which was
It would be so much fun to like come here to shooting and everything. But you know, we make it happen, and was super fun. Yeah.
Well, you guys for years have been making people laugh and enjoy in so many different ways. The new features, once again, are coming down the pipeline. We're going to be doing a deep dive as part of this segment here. But I wanted to ask you guys, you know, you think back to 2019, 2020, the beginning of the decade, right? We're now past the halfway point of the 2020s. If you look back and think, you know, what was different now as to then, how do you contextualize that within the scope of the skit here?
Yeah, we really try to take as much feedback as we can from the audience, right? Our customers and just what they want to see. What we've learned through the years is get to the CAD. That's been a big motto of ours.
Get to the CAD, you said?
Yeah, get to the CAD. So we try to get to those first demos right away. You know, make sure we're focusing on that first versus like the skit. So, you know, just getting that feedback, and we still will progress to continue to make sure we're showing as much CAD as possible, but while making it entertaining as possible as well.
Awesome. Yeah, so we have many features to get to, many planned enhancements to get to. So I'm going to be driving here. If you guys wouldn't mind, let's start to take a look. So what do we have here?
Andrew, do you want to talk about this
Yeah,
one?
sure. Yeah, we call this our drawings medley demo because we kind of went through a bunch of really cool small enhancements.
Oh, getting ahead of ourselves here. There we go.
All good, yeah. So, you know, just like this is, again, a really simple one, like Microsoft Word type highlighting that we can do now. You want to highlight something in a note, like in this case, it's like maybe there's a torque setting on a bolt. Let's quickly highlight it. Also some cool stuff with like, you know, there's a million ways to measure a slot, right? And now we just have a toggle, so now we can measure that slot length, you know, arc center to arc center, which, you know, feedback from our customers over the years, we always try to put that back into the software. So that's just a much easier way for people that need that exact type of dimensioning. Some favorites for the symbol library. That one's pretty neat too, because I mean, if you've ever used the symbol library, there's a lot of symbols.
Yeah.
Right. So you're just like, okay, I'm GD&T guy. Like I need to go through and add these symbols, and now you're looking on the left side trying to find the right symbol. But you know, we can just have now pin it to a favorites. Right. Maybe there's 20 of them that you use all the time. Put them in a favorite. I mean, it's usability stuff. So.
Sean, something that has not changed over all the years of the skit and the showing what's new, drawing enhancements are always a hit.
They are.
They're always a hit.
Let us know in the chat as well. I'll be taking a look in the chat if you have any favorites, any comments on some of the features as we go. But yeah, let's get to our next set here.
This one is probably my favorite that we had coming out this year. Excuse me, or coming out next year, I think. This gives the ability to actually freeze a part or an assembly or a sub-assembly. And we didn't have really enough time to dive into this, but what happens in the background is when you freeze this, it does a full rebuild of the feature tree, all configurations, all display states. It checks all external references. Everything is like validated, and then it locks it down. So you can't have any external references, make a change to a part unknowingly until you unfreeze that part. Again, you can do it at the top level. You can freeze an entire assembly, which will go through and freeze the top level and go through and rebuild every component in that assembly, do that full rebuild, freeze everything and lock it down. Of course, these can be managed just by going back and unfreezing. So if you need to make a change, you can still unfreeze the part. There's a lot of power in terms of like some great benefits you get in PLM are kind of carried out of the box in SolidWorks now.
Yeah.
The biggest one is performance. You start locking these things down into a massive assembly, and you have sub-assemblies that are frozen.
when you open it, that assembly is going to load in no time because it doesn't need to go and validate and update external references. It's just all locked into place.
Mike, you said coming out next year, and I know we talk about this a lot, but I think it's worth repeating over and over and over again. But we have, for your skit, you've got features that are coming out over the next handful of releases, right? It's just kind of a lookout of the future in general and what's coming. Some of these may be available coming this weekend, right? We've got updates coming out throughout the year. We have FD releases, which we kind of refer to things as FD, SP, kind of being the same thing in parallel, right? But just to remind people and ask you guys about your schedules, we have new features, new functionality that's coming out now throughout the year, right? So some of these features may be available like very, very soon. Some of them may be further out. How do you kind of figure out what's going to go in there, what's going to make the cut, and where to put things in there?
Mark, do you want to cover that one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, in the past, it used to be a little bit more simple, right? Because we would just have kind of everyone was focused on that next annual release.
Yeah.
And there would just be a big bucket of items, and we kind of talked through them and see which ones we felt were the most exciting ones. Now we have a little bit more latitude and flexibility because, these are all being worked on all at the same time. All these different FD releases, a lot of different feature enhancements are being released, like you said, throughout the year. Which is really actually pretty amazing because, like you said, a lot of the stuff that we're showing in these demos, they may be coming out a lot more quickly than the stuff that we used to talk about. You'd have to wait till the next annual release before you would see a lot of those things. So it's really a great way to work, and I think the audience proves that when they're excited about these enhancements.
And to add to that, one thing we've noticed too is, we'll research a project that's maybe spec'd for 2027 FD02. And that's kind of the rough estimate on when they're going to go for it. So we could say, oh yeah, this is coming out, and more often we're seeing that those are getting moved up. So as soon as the development's done, the QA's gone through, they've done the test pods and test builds of those that we work with, validated it. It might come out in 2026 FD04 or FD03. So yeah, we're getting these bigger projects that are making it down the pipeline, getting to the customers is when they're ready to go. Which is great.
It's got to be really exciting and kind of a cool shift for everybody to be able to see these features and think, in the past, I've got to wait forever for these to come out, where nowadays it could, some of these are literally coming out in FD01 or the very next release that's going to be in your hands soon. So very exciting. And of course, shameless plug, Sean and I have a show, Delivery Day, that you guys can catch up on throughout the year.
Nice segue.
That was great.
Yeah, we
Check
have
those features.
summary videos as well. Just checking in on the chat here. If you guys see me looking at my phone, wow, I really need this freeze tool. So people are excited about this.
Yeah,
awesome.
this is going to be really cool. I'm excited.
Yeah. So let's keep going here. What do we have here?
This was our assembly medley demo. Mark, you actually wrote this one. Do you want to?
Yeah, Mark, did you?
Talk on these.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I'll go for this one. So this this is parts. So we have part here. So this is kind of the classic example of you open up your feature manager tree and there's some warnings and stuff in there, and we always just kind of say, oh man, what do I have to do? Like delete something or whatever. I just want to get through this. And now with auto repair of this sketch plane, you just click one button and it's repaired. As long as there's something that's pretty close to that original plane, you're good to go. So, and usually there is. So. And this one, this is really cool. If you ever need to calculate a section modulus, usually it's not necessarily that challenging, but it does take a couple of steps. You have to know the formulas and stuff. You can do that directly in SolidWorks now, so that you can get an idea of how much your geometry will resist bending right there in SolidWorks. Just select that section and make it happen. And then this last one is just a quick performance improvement. Whenever you have patterns that have lots and lots and lots of cut features in it, you're going to get a lot better performance improvement now coming soon to SolidWorks.
This is FD01.
Oh yeah, this is FD1.
Sean, you actually wrote this.
It's one of the moments that I geek out the most. Like whenever I actually see one of the demos that I've created that's being used on stage, I'm like, oh, that's awesome. Because they all start out, right? It's just on your own PC, and then I get to share it with all of you. So that makes me very, very happy. And yeah, as of FD01, so as these new features and enhancements kind of proliferate throughout the year, you get access. You don't have to wait just one time a year, which is great. Okay, got the sewing machine. What's going on here?
So this one's great. This is a really cool enhancement for anyone who deals with performance in assemblies, which I think that's everyone. You're going to get a new notification on the lower right, and that has 3 little icons. It's going to indicate issues with mates, indicate issues with geometry, or circular references that do happen. If you get that little red flag, it could be 1 or 3 things. You click on it, and it'll tell you exactly what it saw in the assembly that might be slowing it down. In this case, it identified that there was a really high complex graphic triangle count in a spring and flagged that. So that'll be great. Actively in the background, monitors your assembly, and then tells you what to do to get the best performance.
Love that.
And then another one, and I know we've all been there, is like you go to isolate something and then you didn't get the right isolate. You're like, oh man, so you got to back out and then re-isolate. Now when you isolate, and this I believe is coming out in FDO2, that isolate, you can now isolate and isolate and isolate and continue to isolate as many times as you want. And what I love about isolate is you can create a display state with that. Those can be re-leveraged in like a drawing view, or like if you're doing a design review with a customer or the boss man, you know, creating those isolates and display states, they work really quickly. And then finally, this is a big one. This is another machine learning project that goes off of one that we've worked on before, where when you bring in a fastener, it automatically detects that it's a fastener and adds those mates for you. You don't have to go and predefine them. But now it'll look and see if there's any threads on there and ask if you want to simplify it, which is good. We generally want to simplify to increase performance. So if that thread comes in, you hit the yes button and it just will suppress that thread feature for you and you just move on with your day.
That's so cool. I was talking to Brad in the hallway in front of the show, and he was saying as soon as he saw that, he was like texting his boss, like, oh man, this is going to be amazing.
It's also, you know, this area where we're seeing a lot more of these sort of almost context-based assistants, right? Those little purple boxes.
Yep.
Those are showing, believe in beginning in FDO1, right? We have a few of those coming already, but to see that more and more are happening. You know, we used to think back, a lot of us, you know, we're certified in SolidWorks. We have our CSWAs, CSWPs, right? We've studied, we've taken training at university, or, you know, we've taken it out with one of our VARs, right? We've gone to Solid Professor, however you got trained, right? It's let me learn the software, learn the things exactly as I need to know them, learn all the best practices so that when things come up, I know what to do. But now with these sort of context-based assistants, it's looking and sort of helping you as you go about your modeling, right? In a lot of these different environments, whether it's parts, assemblies, or drawings. So that's really cool.
John, you worked on one too that we showed on the FDO1 project, where if you have a pattern that's driven off of or it's manually, like you have a toolbox fastener and you manually made it into a pattern, it will detect that and tell you, hey, you can speed up your performance if we do a pattern-driven component pattern. And you click the yes button and it repopulates that, and then there you go. Something that you probably would have missed.
Yep. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. So once again, great to see that we are continuing to plan more and more of these to help you throughout your usage of SolidWorks design. So let's take a look at this next one here.
Yeah, so I'll take this one, if you guys don't mind. So so we have a component here, and we want to do some collaboration with our teammates on this one. And so now inside SolidWorks, or coming soon to SolidWorks, you'll be able to just get to those comment sections for these components very quickly. So whatever you have selected in the feature tree or in the graphics area, you can hit that comment button and it'll load up all the comments that you're communicating right there. There's a couple other buttons there at the top on the command manager as well. You'll see a new markup button. This is something that a lot of people have really been requesting, and this is actually my favorite of the year, is just to be able to open up 3D markup right there inside SolidWorks, so that you could have 3D markup up and also your part up, and then you can kind of perform whatever tasks you need to perform right there. So speaking of tasks, we can create tasks right here inside SolidWorks as well. We've been able to do that through the task manager, or through the taskbar, but now we have this new UI. And I don't know if we made it like super clear, but something that's really exciting about that user interface is you can just type an email in there now, and you can invite people to your collaborative space to work on it more directly with you, which is really incredible. So, and that's, again, just a great way to collaborate with people both inside your team and outside your team.
Awesome. All right, let's see. Let's take a look here. So what else we got?
Yeah, this is a big one too. For anyone that's gone through and made a change to an assembly, whether you're adding a part, or in this case, we go through and actually do an assembly level cut. So just adding a bunch of holes and affecting that into the parts. And there's an option when you do this, you can have that actually propagate into the part itself. So if you were to open that part, you would see the change. all these types of things can, all these types of things can affect the drawings, right? So at this point, if there's any changes made to that assembly, to the parts in there, you got to go back and reload those manually and save those changes. Now you can do it behind the scenes. So what this does is you can add any part you want, or sub-assembly or assembly, say, hey, update all the drawings, and in the background, it does it as a background process. It'll open up a session of Solidworks, you don't even see it, saves that drawing with the changes to it, and it's all done. So yeah, no longer manually having to make those updates to drawings. You can do it automatically. It's really cool, automatically.
Yeah, outstanding. Well, guys, I want to thank you so much for stopping by the desk. Thank you so much for all the work that you did on the skit here. You probably heard that crazy horn. I hear all these crazy conversations behind me, which is awesome. You can see the people walking by here, the attendees. We are getting ready for a general session, but before we do, we have a special conversation with one of our sponsors, who many of you know very well, in AMD, and we will be right back with that conversation. Wow.
All right, well, I'm here with Mike from AMD, and we're always excited to have our sponsors on the show. You're here with AMD and Dell in partnership this year, yeah?
Exactly right. Happy to be here.
Beautiful. Well, thanks for joining me at the desk. I see you've got a machine with you here with a very small little...
Well, thanks for picking up on the prop, Jesse. This is, I like to think of, we have all these really slick workstation computers, and you come around, you take a look at everything that's on the tables at the various booths in the expo, and all the power bricks are kept down underneath the cabinet. You never know, but
mine included, yeah.
Yeah, I like to think of the power brick as a tax. Everybody wants to pay less tax, right?
That's a great way to look at it. Yep.
So the fact that I have a Pro Workstation certified device with a power brick this small, really goes a long way. I'm seeing a lot of heavy backpacks around here. They would all benefit from having the Dell Pro Max 14 in there.
Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing. We've got everybody going into general session. They're all doing this.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, I just happened to notice you set that down. I was like, ooh, that's a nice little unit there. Yes. Very cool.
So, and it pairs up with the Dell Pro Max 14.
Okay.
AMD has been in Dell Precision workstations since summer of 2022.
Okay.
With the Threadripper Pro and the big tower workstations, the 30-liter tower workstations. Now at the 7875 series with the Threadripper Pro 9000 WX processors, up to 96 cores, massive horsepower for simulations, plastics, structural, visualize, everything, right?
Yeah, that's music to my ears. I'm a big visualized guy, so
yeah, right.
I love that. Pro Render is always a great, super fast rendering engine for us.
Right. Well, thanks for the cue there. So here at the show for the first time, so I think it's kind of worth reflecting back that during COVID, people either had to or were forced to move to mobile platforms.
Right.
And whether they were remoting back into a workstation back at the office or wanted to go completely offline. But in that time frame, the advances in mobile technology have come so far.
Yeah.
The the graphics, the integrated graphics that powers this system is capable of running Visualize, for example.
Yeah.
And here at the show, we're showing for the first time in public that with 2026 SP0, the Dassault Stellar, the default Dassault Stellar renderer now runs on the AMD integrated graphics.
It does, yeah, and it's very fast.
So we have the Pro Render, but now we also have the
Cool.
Stellar, and with Stellar, we're using AI-based upscaling, using some technology from AMD that was developed in the game engines and using for game upscaling is now incorporated into Visualize.
Yeah,
So
that
very
fast
exciting.
mode is amazing. We were in a meetup yesterday for Visualize, and we were chatting about that a bit. Very cool system and super, super valuable. But yeah, the small footprint is really a thing too. I work from home, and I have for quite a number of years. And I have a desktop, and then I also have a laptop that maybe is a little underpowered in comparison to my desktop.
Right.
So sometimes it's nice to get out to the house and be able to do. Obviously, I'm here and there and at conferences and things like that. It does really limit me as far as what kind of work I can do. I have to kind of plan ahead a little bit of stuff. Okay, I can only do this on my laptop and try to shuffle my work around. Where if you've got a laptop that can just handle everything for you, that is on the go, it's a huge benefit.
Well, Jesse, would you mind if I geek out a little bit on the speeds
Sure.
and feeds here?
Go right ahead.
Okay, cool. So this particular, the Dell Pro Max 14 is, first of all, the most affordable in the lineup of Dell, the Dell Pro Max series. So it's your most affordable workstation class machine. But without giving up anything. In fact, it has some very distinct advantages over things, competitive platforms. First of all, up to 64 gig of memory.
Okay.
It's got a up to the Ryzen AI 9 HX Pro 370 processor.
LMNOP.
So yeah, exactly. So
speed-wise, where is that?
12 cores, 12 Zen 5 cores. All the cores are the same capability in terms of running up to AVX 512 instructions. So no compromise in terms of what software can run on all 12 cores.
Wow,
and 12
cool.
cores is enough to run a lot, even your simulation workloads. And then the other side of the other twist is the graphics are integrated, right? So you have one fan, because you only have one piece of silicon. It has your CPU, your graphics, and your neural processing unit, your NPU, all in the same chip.
Wow.
So one cooling system, which makes it nice and thin and light and allows you to run it off of a power adapter this small. But the memory is unified. It's a unified memory architecture. So I can, through a change in the graphics software and the driver software, I can change how much of the memory is dedicated to graphics, do a reboot, come back in. So if I'm doing a big Visualize render and I need more graphics memory, or if I'm switching back over to Solidworks, or if I'm doing simulation, I need more CPU memory. It's just a matter of changing a setting, rebooting the system, and I've got incredible flexibility.
That is really cool. You and I were chatting just a minute ago before the show this afternoon, and we were talking about how it's really cool that there's a lot of flexibility in computing these days, right? You've got some tools that you're using on cloud computing, but it's still so necessary to have a piece of hardware that's got some horsepower behind it, because there's so much that you just need to run local still, or it's just convenient to run local, or you might just want to move for some particular reason, right? There's a myriad of reasons why you might want to do something local rather than cloud. So to be able to have an affordable piece of hardware that's still got the horsepower, that gives you the flexibility to run what you need, where you need to run it, really at any time, is super powerful.
And that you're not locked into how much video memory, because AI is so video memory intensive.
Sure.
You're not locked into the video memory that you buy the day that you buy the PC with the discrete graphics card.
That's really cool.
It's dynamic. And one other thing is that it's Copilot. It's a next-gen Copilot Plus capable PC. It has a 50 TOPS neural processing unit, so that puts it in Microsoft's highest tier.
Okay.
Again, this family of processors is the only workstation class processor that is a next-gen AI PC advanced Copilot Plus capability.
Yeah, that's very cool. And to be honest, I don't know much about that neural processing, but it's really fascinating. And obviously, if you're buying a machine at this point in time, you've got to consider that for the future, right? You've got to future-proof yourself for that and know that, okay, I might use it a little bit right now, but I'm going to be using a lot of it in the near future.
3 or 4 years.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly right.
perfect.
So it's really important to consider those things when you're looking for a new machine. So very cool. And the size is so small. I know we've already said it about the machine itself and the unit, but I assume that it is a real focus. Interesting that you said they're combined, so it uses one cooling system. I don't know myself a lot about computer design, so I don't really know what allows you to make things thin and small, but that makes total sense.
Yes.
That if you can reduce your cooling system, then that's it's all thermal management in there, right? So
100%. You're absolutely right, Jesse. This is also the Dell Pro Max 16, also with the Ryzen AI 3 up to 370, 64 gig of memory, is also available with discrete NVIDIA graphics cards, either the RTX 500 Blackwell edition, which is a 6 gig card, or the RTX 1000 Blackwell edition, which is an 8 gig card. And because it has the Ryzen AI processor, it also has the AMD integrated graphics. So if you want to go in super long battery mode, or you need that ability to change how much video memory you're working with, you have the best of both worlds.
Yeah, that's really cool. Were you saying, did I overhear you saying when we were chatting this earlier today, that this thing could last like all day?
This is in Dell's normal office use. It's rated for 15 to 18 hours of battery life.
That is incredible. Well, thank you very much for coming on the show. We appreciate your support. We appreciate you explaining and walking us through your hardware, and hopefully that was helpful for you guys out there who are looking for new hardware.
Great.
All right.
Thank you.
Dell Pro Max and Dell Pro Rugged. Find us at booth 210. Speak with Dell experts and our partners from Intel, NVIDIA, and AMD. Experience in-booth demos featuring Dell Pro Max laptops, towers, and Dell Pro Rugged. Dell Technologies.
Please welcome back Tracey Wilson.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the closing general session. This is a day where we celebrate a passionate community. We also celebrate a community that loves to party, quite clearly, loves to have some fun, and a community that loves swag. So at this time, I would love to shout out our pin design winner, Stephen Peterson from BG Products. Congratulations on these awesome pins, these swag pins we all got. Well done. I hope you're out there. I hope you're everybody cheering for you in this awesome pin design contest. Well done. Thank you. Well, we're going to close today looking beyond tomorrow at technology and program investments that support the next generation. To learn more about these initiatives in our community, please welcome to the stage Vice President of Strategy and Business Development, Suchit Jain.
Awesome. Well, good afternoon. What an incredible 3D Experience World 2026 so far. What do you guys think? Well, this is This is my favorite session because we get to do one thing. We celebrate you, our community. So today I want to talk about our innovation footprint, where innovation lives, who carries it forward, and how we grow it together. In this session, you will see that footprint through 4 lenses. Innovation hubs reshaping regions. Students and competitions building the workforce of the future. Our user advocacy community keeping everyone connected. And the programs and the tools we are putting in the hands of the next generation. To talk about the innovation footprint, I want to bring on 3 people who build it every single day. So please help me welcome from Connecticut, Chief Technology Officer at CCAT, Dr. Amy Thompson. From Pompeia, Brazil, representing CTAP and the Shunji Nishimura Foundation, Dennis Sakuma. And from Salvador, Brazil, R&D Mechanical Manager for Sinai Semetec, Dr. Valtez Estavo Biel. Welcome.
Hello.
Dennis. So guys, thank you for being here. Amy, we'll start with you. How would you describe CCAT organization and its mission?
Thanks so much, Suchi. So, our mission at the Connecticut Center for Advanced Technology, CCAT, for over the past 20 years has been to assist small and medium-sized manufacturers in staying internationally competitive by helping them to adopt Industry 4.0 and 5.0 practices that can transform their organizations. We work in partnership in a growing ecosystem that includes federal and state agencies, industry trade organizations, our very important technology partners, a lot of them here today, like Dassault Systems, Solidworks, and their distributors like Trimec, who serve us so well, and other important technology partners and other nonprofits, colleges, universities, community-based organizations that we work to pipeline needed talent into the manufacturing industry.
Well, thank you, Amy. I mean, you heard a lot of the private, public, and education sectors coming together, so thank you. Dennis, let's go with you. How do you describe CTAP and mission of the foundation?
Thank you, Sushi, for to receive us here. It's a truly pleasure to be here. CTAP is our innovation hub located in Pompeia, São Paulo, Brazil. And our focus is to speed up society change by building and organizing this innovation ecosystem. And CTAP is one of the tools that foundation has to complete its mission, that is to developing people's potential through education and innovation.
And it's amazing. I had the opportunity to visit Pompeia, and it's an amazing town, and what you guys are doing there is amazing. Again, public, private sectors coming together. Walter, same question for you for Sinai Semetec.
Yep. Thank you, Sushi. I'm pleased to be here. Well, Sinai Semetec is a very complex organization. We are a technical school, a university, and also a research and development and innovation center. Our main purpose is to support industry by providing skilled professionals and developing new solutions. Let's take a look.
We are driven by challenges. For us, the challenge is not an obstacle. It's a starting point. It is from here that concrete solutions are born, shaped by the real needs of industry, society, and the planet. From increasing productivity in small businesses to major advances in autonomous robotics, energy transition, and frontier technologies. We act where the market demands answers. At Sinai Semetec, each challenge is an opportunity to build the future. Headquartered in Bahia, we are a complete ecosystem that integrates a technical school, high-complexity research centers, a university, and partner companies, all connected by innovation. more than 4 million square meters dedicated to the development of pilot plants, industrial tests, and emerging technologies. A space where companies, startups, and educational and research institutions accelerate market solutions.
That is amazing. So right away you heard a campus where education, research, and industry work together. So Voltaire, I'll stick with you. You're working with companies like Shell, Petrobras. At a system level, how does that work? How are these large industry projects, education, innovation is organized together?
At Senaimatec, we built an ecosystem that bridges education and industry. By training our own people through our technical school and university, we ensure a steady pipeline of talent for ourselves and also for the market. We work with everyone from global giants to lean startups, which means we are ready for any challenge regardless of the complexity. Whether we are building deep sea UAVs, training new AI agents, reverse engineering parts, we have the infrastructure to back it up. But at the end, it's our people, their skills, experience, and motivation that truly drive our success.
Amazing. So, and tell us a little bit about how you are using SolidWorks inside that ecosystem across the mechanical disciplines and the projects.
Yeah, well, when it comes to the mechanical design, SolidWorks is our backbone, right? We have been using to drive innovation for over 18 years now. As we grew up the scale and complexity of our projects, moving to PDM was a natural choice to keep our projects organized. Why SolidWorks? It's because it's intuitive. It allows us to get people up to speed up quickly, which means exactly why we are integrated them, SolidWorks in our technical school and our undergraduate programs.
So, Amy, let's jump to you. What kind of programs and projects CCAT runs for manufacturers?
Sure. So at CCAT, we have 3 advanced technology centers and a talent and training accelerator for digital thread and model-based definition. So CCAT trains engineers and technicians on how to automate workflows using SolidWorks for design, costing, manufacturing workflows, and we train people on digital thread MBD from taking that tech data package from your client to design, manufacture, CAD and CAM, quality inspection, and how to send those files back to the clients. So we're training the supply base how to take those files and do digital thread practice.
Yeah, and tell us a little bit about the DTL.
Sure, so we established a digital thread lab in Connecticut over 2 years ago with support from the U.S. Department of Defense. We work with small and medium-sized manufacturers in the supply chain. We collaborate with their large customers. Primarily, we work with General Dynamics Electric Boat. We work with RTX Pratt & Whitney. And we work with all their supply chain, right? Because the digital thread can't stop at the organization wall. It's got to continue to supply chain. And so we ensure the methods work seamlessly across organization boundaries to deliver end-to-end through Digital Thread Training Center. And we do that in support and collaboration with Dassault.
And a little bit about the grants. We talked about this, yeah?
So my passion is about supporting our manufacturing community, especially the small manufacturers. In Connecticut, that tiny little state way up there, we have over 4,500 manufacturers in our state, and 600 to 700 of them are defense suppliers where the DoD is requiring them to adopt model-based definition. So we're supporting those folks nationally and globally. These companies often create the IP, the innovations that drive our engineered products, and they form the backbone of our advanced manufacturing ecosystem.
And that's about the grants.
Yes, so I'm continually impressed by the small manufacturers that we go into. Some of them have 10, 50, 70 employees, and they make incredibly precise parts for these important suppliers. And despite these strengths, they face challenges such as regulations, changing customer requirements, global competition, data security, and attracting skilled talent like all of you guys in this room. So our goal is to help them connect to that talent, to upskill, provide them tech resources to get over that adoption curve, right?
And I loved it when I visited you, so thank you, Amy, for the work you guys are doing. Dennis, CTAP has similar mission, but I believe you have a very different origin story. So tell us a little bit about CTAP.
Yeah, the foundation, Nishimura, was founded by Mr. Nishimura, and he always taught us the path to the success is work, work, and work. And the sense of discipline is fundamental to our foundation. And our job there is to give our students the best possible tools for personal growth and development. Ultimately, our mission goes beyond creating great professionals. We want to foster individual and strong characters and trust.
It's amazing. Great mission. Work, work, work. That's what we heard, right? So earlier this year, we announced a physical presence of Solidworks at CTAP, supported by local partners. So tell us a little bit about this partnership.
So that's a fantastic question. I have to tell you, when Sushi visited CTAP before it was open, I was really impressed how he understood our vision and how SolidWorks tools could help our students to become better professionals. It's important to remember that our foundation supports 3 schools, reaching over 3,000 students every year, plus industry partners. All of them will be benefited with the powerful SolidWorks tools. Thank you, Sushi.
Thank you, thank you. So this is really what I mean by the innovation footprint. You know, innovation lives in places like CCAT, CTAP, and Sinai Semitech, where public support, private industry, and education agree to invest together in people, tools, and purpose. Our role at SolidWorks, as you saw, and at Dassault Systems, is to be a connector in the background and to make sure our platform supports this kind of work you guys just heard about. So Amy, Dennis, Walter, thank you for what you're building, and thank you for being with us here today. And maybe another big round of applause for them.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So we have looked at where innovation lives. Now let's look at who carries it forward. I want to start with a country that is small in size and huge in robotics, Lithuania. So please welcome to the stage one of the team leaders of LituanicaX, Matis Shozalis. Matis, hey, great to have you.
Nice to meet you. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. First of all, congratulations. Silver medal at First Global Challenge. The Power of Lithuania Award. That has been quite a year for you, right? And I remember meeting you in 2023. You see some pictures up there in Lithuania with the FTC team. When you were with the FTC team, you were the leader. Tell us a little bit about the LituaniaX and what has happened since then.
Well, since then, the LituanicaX community actually grew from 4 to now over 400 members.
Wow.
And in regards to myself, I had an amazing last FTC season, and after graduating from Vilnius Lyceum, I am now studying mechanical engineering at the University of Glasgow.
Well, congratulations, that's amazing. He is a very impressive young gentleman. What have you developed with SolidWorks?
In fact, all of our robots throughout the LituanicaX journey were developed using SolidWorks, and thanks to our experienced mentors at the Lithuanian SolidWorks partner INRE, we learned the best practices and workflows straight from the experts. And speaking of extraordinary, our last FTC robot was developed also using SolidWorks, and it could classify multiple game elements using an AI-based image recognition pipeline, and it could classify, pick up, and score the best one.
That is amazing. Now, we have a lot of students, I believe somewhere right there today, right? A lot of students sitting out there in that section. You see those lights? Yeah. A big applause for them. There we go. And do you have any last words, some piece of advice for them?
Don't be afraid to follow your dreams, because if you do what you truly love, you can become the best at it.
That's amazing. What I love about this story is that it's not only about winning, right? It's about building a national community around robotics and showing kids in Lithuania that they can stand on any stage in the world. Thank you, Mattis. Thank you.
And 1 second, just before I leave Sushit, I want to give you a very symbolic gift. This is a shirt from LituanicaX.
Thank you.
That you could be part
I'm
of
going to
the
probably wear it like that. Thank you. Wear it, wear it. Okay, we're going to wear it. I don't know if that works. Mic is not going to work. Okay, Manish says, so I listen to him. Well, I'm now excited to celebrate something which is dear to my heart and truly special, the Akruti Global Finale. Now, what began as a student design challenge in India has grown into a global movement with 12,000, yes, 12,000 students from all over the world solving real-world problems using creativity, compassion, and design. Let's take a quick look. So we've been having the global finale as of this morning. So I'm proud to announce, let's take a look. And the winner, maybe some drum rolls for that, right? So this competition just finished this morning. So the winner is Team UJ Women in Tech from University of Johannesburg and their project Latch. So, by the way, they did not know that they are going to win. It was just announced. So you can see the emotions in the team. So please welcome to the stage the winning team and also the leader, the leader of the Akruti program, Shubham Arora. Congrats. By the way, I heard her speaking this morning. If she was on Shark Tank, she would be winning the Shark Tank. I can guarantee you that. She's an amazing, amazing speaker and person. So to you, both of you and your team, first, congratulations. And maybe a very quick question, if you can answer. What inspired your project, and what was the biggest, so two questions, and what was the biggest thing you've learned from this experience?
Okay, what inspired, first of all, thank you so much. I feel very honored and grateful to be here. We came all the way from South Africa, and we are a team of 4 ladies, so women in tech. What inspired me? What inspired us to build our manually powered breast pump milk expression system was that we wanted to betterfy the daily lives of mothers. We wanted to design for women to betterfy their lives and improve, you know, essentially the after-birth experience. And what we've learned so far, this was a very empowering experience, I won't lie. I learned so much about myself. I gained new skills through Solidworks and also 3DEXPERIENCE. I'm so grateful to the Akruti team. I'm so grateful to the Solidworks team. I'm so grateful to Dassault Systems. I'm really, really grateful. And thank you so much. Thank you to everyone. I gained new friends. I'm like still starstruck. Thank you so much.
So, Shubham, let's do the honors. Yes? So the Akruti Global winners for 2025, and this is a message for all the students. Be ready with 2026. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Again, you've made us proud. Well, from our future innovators to the champions who keep our community thriving, let's now talk about the people who make SolidWorks more than just software. In 2025, the SolidWorks community came together with unparalleled passion, creativity, and collaboration, proving that innovation thrives when minds unite to design a better future. The SolidWorks User Group Network and SolidWorks Champions program are where you can find the most passionate SolidWorks users. So please join me in welcoming Dan Wagner and Matthew Clegg to the stage. Guys, check it out, check it out.
So Suchit, I'm here to spread the red from the bottom up. That's right.
By the way, I'm going to go a little bit unscripted for a second. Matthew 4K, if you are somewhere, he mentioned about the store. We have an online store which is live where you can buy a lot of the SolidWorks paraphernalia. I don't know if those shoes will be on there, huh?
They will be.
I like the idea. Let's figure it out.
Okay, well, that was incredible. So Dan, let's start with you. What's going on with Swagin?
Yeah, for sure, Suchit. So we have a lot of first-timers here, right? The first-timers meetup on Sunday was packed. So if you don't know, if this is your first time, if you're not familiar, the SolidWorks User Group Network is a global community of SolidWorks advocacy groups led by volunteers. These volunteers take their time, their nights, their weekends, time away from their family. Many of those heroes are here with us today. Let's give them a big round of applause.
All right.
2025 was a transformational year for Swagin. Matt and I stood here last year and announced that we were launching a new home for the SolidWorks User Group Network. It was a big leap of faith. We hoped and kind of knew that our leaders and their members would come with us, and they did in such a huge way. More than 15,000 people in 1 year have joined the site, and 200 groups are active on the new site. 2026 enters another major milestone, 30 years for the SolidWorks User Group Network. The very first SolidWorks user group, the Seattle area SolidWorks Power User Group, led by Eric Beatty, has its 30th anniversary in April, which is awesome. We're looking forward to celebrating that. And really, thank you to all the leaders for building something that's lasted 3 decades. It's crazy.
Well, that is amazing. Swagin is truly positioned to grow like never before. So Dan, let's hand out some awards now.
Let's do it. These awards, Suchit, are named after people who have left a lasting mark on this community and really did something very special, right? And the Michelle Pillars Community Award is a lifetime achievement award that honors someone who just over their whole career in Swagin, always looking to help, always looking to grow new groups, and again, leave a really lasting mark, just as Michelle did. And for the very first time, this award is being presented to a SolidWorks employee.
Now, Dan, we're changing something after 20 years. Why are we doing this?
20 years, Matt. Our Swagin committee, everybody here voted that this colleague has worked tirelessly over his career to grow and foster the SolidWorks certification program. always focused on one thing, teaching more people, helping more people learn SolidWorks. It is my honor to give this award to Mike Puckett.
Mike.
Mike.
Oh, Mike.
Yes.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Our second award is the Wayne Tiffany User Group Leader of the Year Award, which recognizes a leader who really embodies everything that we know about true leadership in SWGN.
Dan, leadership can mean many things to many different people. How do we define it in SWGN?
We look for passion, being approachable, organized, being pretty good at SolidWorks, a real solid worker, you know?
I like it.
This person has been instrumental in the success of at least 3 SolidWorks user groups. He's always asking, how can I better serve the SolidWorks community? It is my honor to give this award to Marty Onimus.
Go, Marty! Well, congratulations to both of our winners, and thank you to every leader who makes this network what it is. And Dan, thanks. And now let's chat with the man in red shoes, Matthew Clegg, to learn what's new in the world of the SolidWorks champion.
Thank you, Suchin. So for all of our first-timers here, the SolidWorks Champions program acknowledges and connects community members from around the world who go above and beyond in sharing their SolidWorks passion and expertise. We may have 8 million SolidWorks users and over 400 champions, but there's only one SolidWorks Champion of the Year. So the 2025 SolidWorks, you know what? We need to create some suspense.
Okay.
Can we do that?
Yeah,
all right, let's do it.
Just a bit.
Let's start out with a few clues about how this person's strides in our community are unlike any other. This gentleman's community contributions are measured in decades. 40 years of industry experience, 30 years behind the mouse of SolidWorks design, and over 25 years teaching his local community through a SWGN. We've all heard everything is bigger in Texas, and his big smile and welcoming personality are no exception. Woo! He's now happily, hold on. He's now happily retired, but don't let this fool you. He doesn't just lead the Running of the Nerds every year. He continues to compete in marathons around the world. Hold on. We're almost done. It's working.
I know. So
some say, we're almost there.
Almost there.
Some say when 3 or more SolidWorks users are gathered together and they still can't fully define a sketch, his Fitbit buzzes and he magically appears.
Strides, running, I think everybody knows.
We're good? All right.
Point, but let's go.
So the SolidWorks Champion of the Year is Joe Lance. So Joe, congratulations, sir, and a heartfelt thank you for your lifelong commitment to mentoring and inspiring SolidWorks users of all ages. To all of our users, thank you for your remarkable fidelity to each other, our community programs, and the deeply held belief that 8 million of us hold the potential to influence the future of design itself.
From everybody here at SolidWorks, thank you to every member of these communities for 30 amazing years. And Matt, I think we're just getting going, man.
All right, let's do it.
Well, thank you guys, and so congratulations once again to our community winners. Dan, Matt, thank you for your passionately leading our community programs worldwide. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Suchit.
Thank you, Suchit. All right.
Solidworks certification demonstrates real-world competency. It has become a global language shared by education and industry. When employers see a Solidworks certification on a resume, they know that the candidate is ready to contribute from day one. This year, we have reached 1 million certified users. 1 million. That's a huge number. So to every student, educator, and professional in this room who has earned a certification, thank you. You have raised the standard for all of us. Let's give all our certified users across the globe a big round of applause. On this same stage last year, we announced SolidWorks Skill Force. This idea was simple. When students get an internship with our customers, we give them commercial SolidWorks access to support so that they can contribute to real projects from day one. Now, in just 1 year, I'm very happy to report Skillforce has touched 350 internships and projects, connecting students with companies in 65 countries and helping them turn classroom skills into real-world experience. What do you guys think? Now you told us that you want to start even earlier, and not just hiring talent, but helping create it. Therefore, today I'm very excited to share a new program called SolidWorks Future Force. With Future Force, our large customers can nominate a university, a technical school, even a high school program that matters to them. When they do that, that institution can receive a package that includes free SolidWorks access for students in that program, certification opportunity, training, and enablement programs. This will create a powerful loop. Customers are investing in the schools that feed their workforce. Student gets the tool and the trainings, certifications that match industry expectations. This ecosystem will just continue to grow on every side. Future Force will be available on May 1st of this year, and you will hear more details about it in coming months. Now, to further remove barriers for students to get started and take advantage of all these programs, I'm happy to announce a free SolidWorks. So for all the students, I don't hear the students, I don't know, I think in that section, please, a free SolidWorks Student Edition available starting July 1st globally across the world. This free edition will give students a simple way to begin learning SolidWorks, to explore, to practice, and to build their first models and projects. And from there, of course, these students can step into Skillforce internships, and through Future Force, they can connect with companies that are ready to invest in them and in their schools. This is how we expand access, build skills, and grow the innovation footprint together. So let's take a breath and look at what we have seen today. Innovation hubs in Connecticut and Brazil, a robotics community in Lithuania on the world stage, Akruti global champions on the stage, a community of users, champions, and makers, and new programs that will help our students get started and get skills. This is your innovation footprint. You built it, you grew it, and we are very honored to be part of it. And thank you for being part of this amazing SolidWorks community and for being here at 3D Experience World 2026. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you so much to Suchit and to everyone. It is fantastic the way business, education, and new tools combine to create a giant innovation footprint. And so much to celebrate. 1 million certified users. Wow. Yes, yes. And congratulations to all the Accruity and Swuggen winners. Well done. Congratulations. Well, before we move to our closing speaker, let's take a moment to hear from one more of our fantastic sponsors that make this event possible, Lenovo. Thank you, Lenovo. Thank you, Lenovo. Wish we didn't have to finish this day or this 3D Experience World anyway, because I'm kind of sad that we're coming to the end. It has been an unbelievable week. I've been so happy to be with you all this week. So thank you so very much for having me back. And I think it's now to take a look at this week that we have shared together. Welcome to 3D Experience World 2026.
From students to professionals, Solidworks is really helping you to learn, to build, because this community is really shaping the future.
Over the next 3 days, you will see how your skills and our software can keep making the world a better place and make jobs easier.
I'm learning so much. I'm just super excited to be here and just absorb everything.
We inherit the superpowers that software has given us. Now we're building AIs to help us create the technologies that matter, to go after the problems that we want to solve.
Everybody's welcomed me in with open arms, talk about training, learning. It's been thoroughly enjoyable.
AI does not replace human creativity, it expands it.
Welcome to day 2.
All of you here that are so passionate about the SO products are now going to be accelerated and amplified by accelerated computing and AI.
I'm thrilled to be joined by 3 founders who have taken that spark and built extraordinary things.
Solidworks isn't just CAD, it's how we bridge human need to real-world scalable hardware.
And the future is not only about empowerment, it's also about opening new possibilities with you and for you.
If you stayed home from 3D Experience, I'd say you probably missed out. I'd say get off the couch and come over here.
Everything that we are building comes back to one thing, enabling you to make impossible possible. And like all good things, things have to come to an end, right? But it's not an end, it's a pause. In fact, if you look at this incredible week that we just spent together, there were so many amazing things. But actually, before saying anything, how was the party yesterday? You know, if you want to have a party after party, next year, go in the LATAM bus. That bus ride was the ride of my life. I have never had so much fun in half an hour span. Seriously, I'm not kidding. Those guys are amazing. Coming back to this event, so many amazing speakers. Pablo's Holman. I mean, the way he explained AI and the future and I should say the good vision of the future, that you can use AI in order to solve problems that have not been solved ever. Amazing speaker. Jay Vogler. I mean, you just saw amazing creations, amazing creativity. Of course, Pascal and Jensen, I don't even need to mention them because they are amazing anyways. I was mesmerized by, I literally had goosebumps to see those two gentlemen on stage. The factory, the virtual twin factory and the AI factory working together to give you beautiful, creative freedom out there in the future. You're not going to believe how much power you'll have. I will still repeat, AI is just an engine. You are the driver. And ultimately, if you try to see how we try to simplify what does it mean to have the knowledge, and what does it mean to have the know-how, and how it together combines in that virtual factory where you enter text and it comes up with new shapes. In fact, first day I claimed that together with Morgan Zimmerman, but yesterday we demoed it to you, whether you realized it or not, because when we said, try to create a tank, a water tank, with a certain specification, that was the text input coming to this factory, the virtual twin factory. What came out was a shape. You did not see everything inside. There was the entire factory of knowledge and know-how working for you in order to create that shape. So when we say things, we are not saying things about the future. That is now. Everything is available now. So we are living in that future. And that's the beauty. Now, before concluding, I mean, one last thing. This hurts me. You know, yesterday we had Model Mania contest. And there was a battle. You want to know who won? Okay, let's play the video. I mean, twice in a day. First, I get kicked out of the survivors. Then I lose to GP on Model Mania. I mean, not a very good day for me. Until that bus hit me. That bus was the best thing. So GP, what do you feel about this Model Mania contest?
Manish, I feel extremely satisfied.
Show off. You are a show off.
I am. I deserve it, don't I? Yay! Yay! I won.
Okay, but GP, you forget one crucial thing.
What?
Pascal said that there were not 2, rather 3 competitors.
Oh.
There was a guy named Leo. Can we play the next video, please? So, Leo can help me. You know what? I was stuck for a long time creating sketch and trying to put relationships and so on. And for whatever reason, Joe's ringer didn't buzz. Joe, your ringer don't buzz all the time. You didn't come to help me. But I tried to ask my friend Leo. I gave it the drawing. And Leo said, oh, that is the drawing you want. Okay, I'm going to create it for you. And you know what happened, GP? Doing nothing, I got the sketch. Where I was stuck for most of the time while you were moving ahead.
You were.
And then the moment I got the sketch, model was as simple as that.
Okay.
So under 50 seconds, I was able to create that model.
50 seconds?
Yes, GP. So
that's preposterous.
Now I would like to call Model Mania Police or Sheriff.
Wait, what do you mean?
Model Mania Sheriff, please take his...
To do what? What? Don't do that! What? This is a conspiracy! Are you serious? You can't be serious. Come on, do something.
Okay, so if you think about it, it is not just GP or I. Everyone, anyone who wants to use AI is going to be a winner. AI is not a distant future. AI is a reality. Virtual companions is a reality. If you are fighting it, you are going to lose it. If you are embracing it, you are going to win. So GP, I think we are both winners here. As long as we use Leo, we are going to win.
Fair enough. We are all winners. That's a good way to finish.
Okay, now, you have been wondering where is our next show going to be. So one last thing, drum roll, please. See you all in the Music City, Nashville. Thank you for coming.
They know me and Jay Daniels got a history. There's a party downtown near 5th Street. Everybody at the bar getting tipsy.
full round fillet, and done. All right, yep, safe, good. I thought it was a Model Mania.
I wasn't even timing you.
Yeah, well, Jesse, I should say, if I were to be timed in the Model Mania competition, there is no way that I'd be a part of our next little segment here. We have our winners.
I don't know if you heard earlier.
I don't think I'd win.
I have bad news for you. Gian challenged the two of us to face off next year in Model Mania Xtreme. So we have a year to try to weasel our way out of it, but.
We have time. You don't have enough time, but I have enough time.
I agree.
All right, so once again, thank you so much for staying with us here. We have a very special segment here. So we're going to announce the Model Mania winners for this year, and then we have a special treat right after this clip. So without further ado, let's play the Model Mania winners announcement.
So let's start with our user champions. So first of all, congratulations in third place, and please join me on the stage if you're here. We have Avery Cox. Congratulations, Avery. In second place, we have Philip Arrington from Hampton High School. Come on up, Philip. And in first place, we have Adon Azias. Come on up, Adon. A repeat winner. Congratulations. Stay here and I'll give you your gift card. Great job, Adon. All right, let's move on. Our student champions. In third place, we have Clayton Felder from Texas A&M University. Clayton, are you here? Come on up. In second place, we have Wojciech Lazinski from Silason University of Technology. I'm so sorry. Come on up. Congratulations. Congratulations. Good job. And in first place, we have Animesh Mishra from the University of Houston. Come on up. Come on up if you're here, please. All right. Let's now take a look at our reseller champions. So in third place, we have Russell Richardson from Solid Solutions. Come on up, Russell. Great job. In second place, we have Kenny Trong from Hawkridge Systems. Come on up, Kenny. And in first place, we have Jack Nicholson from Solid Solutions with a time of 9:46. Congratulations to all of our winners. I have your gift cards ready for you. And thank you again for participating in this year's Model Mania. If anybody has any questions about your model or how you did, come and see me afterward. I have all the models and we can go through it. Congratulations, you guys. Great job. Thank you. Thank you very much. Great job. Great job. Great job. Great. Thank you all.
So once again, congratulations to all of our winners. And I mentioned for our live crew, everyone watching at home, at your office, wherever you are, we have a special treat, of course, right? 3D files. They're portable. We brought them to the desk. And we brought some of the winners to the desk. So without further ado, 3 of our winners here. Guys, welcome. Woo! Man, did you expect to be here?
No.
No?
Repeat winner says yes.
I got to say, you guys have major support systems out here right beyond the live desk, all cheering you on. So I can say for Jesse and I, we are so happy that you are here. And I can also tell you guys at home and all of you that I have Solidworks Design installed on my PC. This is one of my favorite things to do. We started doing this last year where we have the winners at the desk and we have you guys reacquaint yourselves with the models that you saved.
Right back in the hot seat.
Yeah, and you know how it is. You know, Model Mania, you guys are going super quick, right? You're trying to get the best time, trying to get it accurate, but also try to get the best time possible. So I'm sure you're clicking save. I'm sure you're not going to that clean isometric view, zoom to fit right before. No, you don't get points for style, right? Of course you don't. So, Jack, if I could, do you want to see your model? Are you ready to see Jack's model? Let's see it. All right, Jack, so let's switch spots here, and we're going to ask you a few questions. So I press R for recent. And yeah, let's take a look. Do you want to actually take a look at my machine, reacquaint yourself, rotate around?
Oh, what, go over there?
Yeah, you can walk right over there, yeah. We have it installed.
Blimey.
You guys get to meet again. I'm sure you had separation anxiety with your 3D model. Does that, first of all, does that look familiar at all? Like, or you're like, oh my God.
No, yeah, I think that's the
all.
one. I think that is the one.
Nice. So yeah, talk us through, you know, I guess you see the 2D print, right?
Mm-hmm.
You make your model, and then you make an adjustment, right? That's the basic idea of Model Mania.
Yeah.
So you're looking through your tree. Did you even remember saving it at orientation? Or it's just like, oh gosh.
No,
This is
no,
crazy.
don't remember that. No, yeah, it went well. I think the key for this one was the shell. I think that probably saved a lot of time. I think if you was trying to kind of chop that middle bit out with the sketch, it's gonna take up, you know, a lot of the.
Okay. Can you actually edit the shell feature just so we can?
Yeah.
So
there was a constant wall thickness of I think it's like 6 mil around the sides and around the holes. So just being able to kind of open up these faces, use that constant wall thickness instead of having to do, you know, a quite complex sketch, trimming loads of stuff away. I think that was probably what saved me the most amount of time.
That's smart.
I definitely messed up at one point. You know, doing this sketch, you know, was probably overcomplicated. I ended up having to like delete a bunch of references and then repair it later, which is why I'm quite surprised I won. But yeah, no, it all went pretty well.
Nice. And yeah, tell us a little bit about, you know, so you're with Trimec?
Yeah.
Yep. Tell us a little bit about what you do, what your background is. We want to know about our winners.
Yeah, so I work for Solid Solutions, which is kind of Trimec's part of the UK, and we do mostly just tech support and training. I do a little bit of consultancy as well. But Model Mania is something that we got taught from the very, very start. I remember we had a day in our calendar when I was kind of new to the job that just said Model Mania, and it was just, the idea was to do as many Model Mania examples in one day. So just go, you know, on the website, just go back through as many of the droids as you can in a day, and it's obviously a great way to practice. And whenever I teach a course these days, I always kind of point people towards the Model Mania website because I think it's just such a good resource.
Yeah, I was saying now, when you go back, that first Essentials class is going to be so sweet, and you've got the street cred now.
Exactly, yeah.
You can take a screenshot directly from YouTube. Like I'm legitimately a Model Mania winner. That is awesome. I know that shell is really slick. Like I think a lot of times if you think about Model Mania, at least when I do, I think like this has to be a multi-set feature tree. But yeah, so we talked with Jen earlier about how they had the leaderboard. And I'm curious to ask each of you about this, but so your name was on the leaderboard, I guess, once you got there. So you thought, like, maybe I have a chance. What was that like?
Well, yeah, again, it was a surprise. I mean, I think I was only a couple seconds in front of the second place, but I mean, you know, I didn't necessarily realize that you had like 2 minutes to prepare for it beforehand, and that was invaluable. I think like if you just kind of plan out what you're going to do, it means when you're actually going for it, you can just model and yeah, no, I thought I had a chance, but I also wouldn't have been surprised if I got something a couple grams out. So to actually win was, yeah, pretty mint.
Well, hey, man, you did it. Congratulations. Everyone, round of applause. All right. I'm going to switch back. I'm going to maneuver around the pillar here and move on to our next rendition of the model. And I'm curious to see if we have differences, similarities. I guess we'll see. So I'm not going to save this chat because I always want to be able to revisit the exact orientation that you saved the model in.
Immortalized.
All right, so let's go down the line. Adon, my good friend, let's get up here. Come on, let's change spots here.
Okay.
Everyone give Adon a round of applause.
Thank you.
And I mentioned you guys have great support systems here. Adon, you're here with your children, right?
Yes, they're my new cameraman.
Amazing. All right, so Adon, so one thing I noticed about your model right off the bat is you changed the appearances on the faces.
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about that idea?
Yes, I changed the appearance of the fillets because in the past I've lost because I didn't fillet the correct well, I didn't feel it in the correct way. So I do this in order to see, in order to double check that I'm doing the correct part. For example, I was missing these fillets in the below the part, so I had to redo edit the operation and add those fillets, and that's the main reason why I make this. But well, I began, I think, pretty much like how's the name? Well, pretty much like they did it. Some of them did it. First, I start with a rectangle. Actually, it was a center line rectangle with the diagonal lines. And no, it was in diagonal. It was the vertical and horizontal, and I use those to mirror the circles and do all the things, and then I use extrude. Well, I took the whole 2 minutes of thinking of this previous thinking, making sure the dimensions, making sure what operation will make the most sense for speed and for maybe changes that will be ahead of time. So yeah, I took the whole minutes thinking, and one of the things that I like to mention a lot of SolidWorks is the design intent. That's my advocacy, design intent. Always think ahead of time, because it's going to save minutes, not only seconds, not only like the mouse gestures that it's seconds. No, design intent is going to save you minutes when you're working. So that's what I do, and that's what I start doing here. I start with that. I did this extrude cut. I find it way easier to make it right in the front plane, because if anything changes that much, maybe it will be in another orientation or something like that. That's why I choose the front plane. And the shell, I made sure, because in the past I've lost because I didn't double check the geometry. At the beginning, when I made the first shell, I noticed that I wasn't sure if this was completely round or if there was a vertical segment.
Oh, yeah.
So I had to double check that, okay, no, it's okay. This is the way it's supposed to go. Okay, I'm fine. Because I've lost because of things like that in the past. And then just the rounds. And by the time of the changes, I came back to this sketch. I delete this corner. I delete the horizontal relation of this line in order to I can put it diagonal with this round that I already have. And that was it for this sketch. The part was basically all good. I just had to repair some dangling dimensions around here. And the shell was good. I didn't have to make anything to the shell. And the fillet, I had to add some fillets that were lost because of the change. But yeah, at the end, that worked well.
My favorite thing that you said there is that the design intent will save you more time than any shortcut that you use.
Yes.
So true. I am a big fan of using the shortcuts to help things out, but if you just go blazing fast and get it all balled up, you're not going to get anywhere. So I 100% agree with you there.
How many times have you placed in Model Mania? Like, have you been a finalist or won?
I won 2019, 2023, and the online challenge a few weeks ago.
Yeah, the first online challenge.
Yes.
You're a legend. Like, absolutely. And I want to give, just as we did with Jack, Adon, I've known you for several years now, in being involved in the SolidWorks community. But can you just tell us a little bit about who you are in everyday life, not just Model Mania, and what you do?
Okay, well, I have an online training webpage, and this is my main source of income, but I also have my YouTube channel and Instagram and all of my social media. I try to make SolidWorks tutorials for all those tips and tricks that help me win Model Manias and all of that. And basically that's my life.
And you've brought some cool cameras with you that you were showing me the other day.
Yes, and also I'm a professional photographer, and I try to do that to have better quality in my videos that I make for social media. And yeah, I'm a film photography enthusiast, and yeah, that's it.
So you're a multi-time Model Mania champion across many different venues. You're a SolidWorks champion,
yes,
right? I mean, honestly, who better to learn from if you're trying to learn how to use SolidWorks design, right? So once again, everyone, round of applause for Adon here. Thank you so much. Congratulations again, sir.
Thank you, Sean.
All right, so let's move on to our third model here. Wojtek, come on over. Reacquaint yourself with your 3D model. All right, let's see.
I should have just stayed over there. That's what I should have done.
Whoa, there we go. Everyone, round of applause for Wojtek. All right, so let's talk about this here. Once again, do you remember saving it in disorientation? Does it look familiar to you? Where you're just like, oh my God, I was so stressed out about saving this, I completely forgot. How does it feel to look at this model again?
It's so nice. Awesome. There was a lot of fun to make this.
So you said it was fun. I guess things that could be like high pressure can be fun as well, right?
I think yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's take a look. Talk us through the model and some of the things you were thinking and exploring as you did Model Mania.
I also think the key to make this model fast was the use shell.
Yeah. So all three of you use shell.
Yes,
interesting.
Exactly. So I think shell is the key, and also use the front plane to cut this road. So yeah, I think this was
very awesome. So yeah, and if you could just tell us a bit about what you do just in your work.
I'm a student and I live in the University of Technology in Poland. And this is my main what I do every day. And I'm also a part of a student project where we built a Martian rover. So there I also learn a lot of things about modeling, about speed modeling. So this is very nice.
This is a huge feat, and yeah, we should mention that. There's three separate tracks represented here, right? So we have the customer track, the partner track, and the student track. So I wanted to ask you, when you were leaving to come to 3D Experience World, did you plan on doing Model Mania or no?
Of course.
Oh, you did, of course.
Yeah, that was my plan to do this, and I think in next year I'll try again.
So if anyone out there is thinking, whether you're a student, you're a commercial user, you're thinking about coming to 3D Experience World next year in Nashville, and you're thinking about trying to do Model Mania, do you have advice? How do they practice to do Model Mania?
Model, and model.
Just model.
That's it.
There you go.
Try, and every time it will be better.
Awesome. Well, Wojtek, thank you so much. Round of applause.
Thanks.
Awesome job. Awesome job. Yeah, so shell was key this year. Awesome. So I wanted to mention, as we get ready for our wrap, once again, thank you so much to the winners for dropping by and showing us a little bit about your modeling methodologies. But Jen Dirksen, she was here to begin the show. She talked about how we've brought Model Mania to the live stream universe. So if you're watching right now on the SolidWorks YouTube channel, subscribe. The next episode of the Model Mania live streaming competition will actually be in April. So make sure you subscribe to the SolidWorks YouTube channel. They're going to be quarterly. But once again, thank you all for joining, and we'll be right back with our wrap. Stay tuned. Everyone, welcome back to 3D Experience World 2026. We are at the Day 3 recap. I'm joined by Tracey Wilson. Tracey, welcome back.
Thank you. It is a pleasure to join you both here at the live desk. And we say this each year, how do we get to the end of Day 3 already?
I don't know.
That
It's a blur.
happens so quickly.
I don't know either.
I'm not sure. It seems like just a second ago, I was at the NASA Space Center enjoying a beer and some great conversation, right?
How much fun did you have last night?
I loved it. I loved it. Like, imagine being at a work event, and of course, we do work, we learn and all that, and you're driving up and you're on these awesome buses with an escort with you, like a police escort comes up, and there's all these buses, and you see the NASA logo, and you're going there at night, and there's a special party just for you. Like, look at this. This is insane. I never would have imagined I could have been a part of this.
And I think seeing the NASA logo in person, it gives you like your heart a flutter a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, the NASA logo is obviously, it's iconic, and it's one that we've seen since we were children, right?
I've actually never been to a space center.
No,
Really?
That was the first time. Yeah.
That was the first time
Yeah.
ever. Oh, so cool.
It was really cool.
Or to Cape
I've never
Canaveral.
I've never seen a Saturn V rocket, and it genuinely blew my mind. Like we were standing outside. There was kind of a line of us going in, and like I could just see the bottom bell of the engine like through the door, and it was like the size of the door, and I was a ways away. That was one of the most impressive things I've seen. I think they said that's the only certified Saturn V that we have left.
Yeah, I remember even just kind of walking around the concourse, I ran into Bogdan from the Hacksmith Industries, who many of you probably follow. We've had them on the SolidWorks YouTube. And he was like, I love coming to this conference. I think his first time coming to this conference was like 3 years ago. He's like, I look forward to it every single year, and I am such a rocket nerd, and I'm in heaven right now.
Okay, well, here's the thing. So I'll just say that. If you're thinking about, like, everybody here is rocket nerds, then, like, how cool that the special event was actually at the Space Center. Because so often, our special events on Tuesday night, listen, this is where I say, if you've never been, you've got to come.
Yes.
Because the special nights are so much fun. And you're with the community, laying back, having a good time, socializing. But oftentimes, and also very good, we're like at a bar venue, or you're at a venue where it's just really like a party, which is excellent. But to have a party at the Space Center with engineers is like kind of next level. It's next level. It's next level a bit.
It's next level.
That was very cool. That was very cool. So we know how special last night was. Well, then today, this afternoon, we had our final general session. And our keynote speaker today was Jay Vogler, who's better known as Engineezy. He is such a cool guy. Hanging out backstage, you just feel this amazing creative energy about him. And I pulled a couple of quotes because I was like, I just have to say them. One of the things he said is, creativity is a process to be lived, not an outcome to be judged. And I thought that was so amazing because one of his things, Finish It Anyway, is oftentimes people don't start a project because they think, well, if I start, what if I fail?
Right.
And they're afraid to fail, so they don't start. And he's like, you just finish it. You just finish it, and some of them work, and some of them don't, and some of them fail, and some of them succeed, and then you just try again. And that's the whole thing. You just iterate, and you keep going. And he says, as making things becomes easier, finishing things becomes harder. I thought that was very interesting because it's easy to start. It's easy to start a project, but the finishing, right? And he talked a lot about the creative process and the creative flow, and I just thought it was incredible.
Yeah, it really was. I think overall, one of the things that he did really well in that talk, and of course you can rewatch it whenever you want, right? It's on the SolidWorks YouTube channel, is that he said a lot of things that we feel in isolation by ourselves so often, and sometimes we just feel them as feelings. We don't even label them. At least I'm kind of speaking to my personal experience, but you talk to enough people about this stuff like that it comes up. And he gave them all names for us, and he labeled it, and he said, okay, does this sound familiar? Does this sound familiar? Yeah. And you're just sitting there in so many phases, the pit of despair, right? It's like, that's the feeling that I feel sometimes, and you're giving me a name for it, and you're also helping me to identify it and then avoid it or work my way out of it, whichever phase you're in going forward. And like that's what a good keynote does, I think.
Yes.
I think he said, he said, fear will always make you think it's the most sensible voice in the room. I think something like that.
That's good.
That was one of my
That's good.
favorite quotes in
Yeah.
there.
And the new idea, giving you a big hug.
Right, you're like, I knew
all
the
the way
idea.
down. Oh,
Don't
yeah.
finish these ideas. 'cause
Oh
there's a
my
new
God!
idea,
It's like,
right?
I'm like
That was a
cringing.
personal
It's like I've
attack.
been there so many times. But
But I love what you said though about giving voice, because you know, maybe engineers don't always have the language of the creative process the same way. It maybe comes from a different place. And to say, oh, pit of despair, that's a thing. That's a real thing in the creative process. And understanding the creative process and saying, getting to a point in your creative process and in the iteration where say, oh, I recognize this, I know what this is. This is that point where I want to quit. But if you keep pushing through to the other side, it's where it gets good again.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. So yeah, it was a great talk. I really enjoyed it.
I thought it was excellent.
I did too.
Well, as we wrap also the entire conference, I think it's important for me to talk about some of the things we also did for the whole week, right? So one of the things I think is really exciting is the more and more panels that we're having for women in tech. And you know, it is a smaller number of women that are in tech, but we're continuing to try to grow that. And the panels were fantastic. We had a women in technology panel, we had a networking breakfast, the design darlings were here, and we had an education-focused panel, how do we advance girls into STEM fields? They were really fantastic. And you know, we talked the other day about like Christian Bragg from Bowhead or Psionic, Sparks Hockey, saying, how do we find a need and fill it? And so we talked about women and young girls in keeping them in a mindset of, oh, I can fill this need. I can find this void and say, this is a problem and how do I fix it? And one of the people on stage today, Dr. Amy Thompson, she talked about how she had a computer when she was 15. She said, before the internet, I'm aging myself, but she was given a computer by her dad. And it taught her how to solve problems. And so she's been really encouraging people, as the panels were today, that we have the power, we have to power the workforce of the future. And how do we help teach other people to solve problems?
Yeah,
I thought that was really important.
I agree too. And we had them at the desk for a little bit with Barb, and that was really good. But I think what was most encouraging to me on that note was I was talking to Kara Tucker just a little bit earlier, and she said she had gone to most of those things that you just mentioned. But what I was happy to hear was it sounded like she got some really tangible things out of it. She made some good connections there, and got some things out of it that will really be helpful in our day to day. And sometimes I always worry, we do a lot of the programming for this, right? It's always one of those things where it's like, how much are we just talking about things, and how much are people really getting out of them, or making a useful difference? So I was thrilled to hear her say that she felt like she got some really tangible things out of it this year, and yeah, there was a lot of sessions, so that was great. Yeah.
Well, and I think what's interesting about being in the sessions, and when you're sitting in a session that's women in tech, and there was something powerful about all the women in the room looking around and seeing all the other women in the room, because oftentimes women in tech and engineers might be only one or two women in that company, or one of the only engineers around. And so to be in a room full of all the women, be like, oh yeah, we're all doing it. Like, we're doing it. Like, this is good. Like, let's do more of this. It was very empowering, I think, for all the women to sort of be in that room together. And men too, that joined us. But I thought it was great.
Yeah, even day one, we aired a chat, as you mentioned, with Dr. Amy Hamilton as well.
Yes.
Barb Schmitz. I saw Barb there. But overall, within that talk, within some of the footage that we're seeing here, it kind of captures the magic of 3D Experience World in a way, because I see educators, right? I see researchers, educators also at different levels that bring different perspectives, designers in industry, all of these different roles that are coming in, sharing their perspectives at different levels, different phases of career as well. And so that kind of forms a unique perspective, right? So you're sharing perspectives, sharing stories, gaining insights, gaining confidence. All of us are doing that, right?
Yes.
So to have this snapshot at this specific area of the event, I think is really special.
Well, and one of the things they had talked about a lot was oftentimes if a young girl is into math or science, they're pushed into a medical field, because it's easy to say, this is what a doctor is, be a doctor. And they don't necessarily have the modeling of engineers to say, oh, be an engineer. Here's an example of an engineer, or what engineering is. And I thought that was interesting. And she said, how do we say, maybe there's like a pregnant woman and she needs to put a seatbelt on, and can a female engineer have a different perspective on how to do that? It's all about perspective. So what I thought was very exciting today on the stage, our Kruti winners, the award winners, they were all female college team from South Africa, from the University of Johannesburg, and made a foot-operated breast pump. They were women that said, oh, what is something that women need? What is an invention that I can, and they were so, do we see, oh, they were so emotional. It was so beautiful. It was really, really exciting because like a foot-operated breast pump, think about that. You are nursing your baby. You are holding that baby in your arms, or if you were pumping, if you were, that you can, really help to multitask with having a foot-operated breast pump. Or if your arms aren't working, or whatever the case may be. But how exciting, and what a thrill to be able to honor them and honor these like young engineers and these inventors. It was just fantastic. They were thrilled. It was so beautiful.
That was one of my favorite parts of today's event, being able to see that the Kruti Award given on stage and hearing the acceptance speech and how much it meant. And they even mentioned during the acceptance speech just how almost overwhelming it was to be around all these people, right? All these people that they may have looked up to, they may have met at the event, peers, of course, but also just people in industry that are supporting them, rooting them on, the next generation. So that was really special.
It was really special. It was special.
So cool.
Yeah, it is an amazing contest. It was fun to see them up there. What a cool couple of young ladies that came up to accept the award. I was really impressed with them and their speech as well. We saw some of the projects when we looped through the playground, and of course we talked to Shubham at the start of the conference and saw some of them out there. But what a absolutely huge contest. But really cool, deserving winner for sure.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, talking about that, going through the playground, of course, the 3DEXPERIENCE playground, if you've never been here, never experienced in person, this is your note again. You got to come join us. So it is our customers, it is our sponsors. It's a really lot of fun. We have this maker zone where you can actually come and play. Yeah. Right? You can come and play. This time we had Karen Daly with Orbital FX. We had these molds where you can make keychains, you could make things to put on your backpacks, or almost like luggage tags. We had digital fabrication techniques, 3D printing with leatherwork and resin forming. Just a lot of fun. A lot of fun to go and play and be hands-on. Oh, and we had Wally. There's Wally is here. And Wally was from Helmet Studio, Seth Kelly. And I got to say, I saw Wally in person and kind of got a little emotional. I know it's a character and a little robot, but wow, that was a lot of fun.
Pretty cute.
It was pretty cute.
Wally has those big, beautiful eyes,
Wally.
and just like kind of brings you in, talks to you, interacts with you.
Really does.
The Maker Zone just keeps getting bigger and bigger. I mentioned with Jay, we were talking at the desk before he gave his keynote, Engineezy.
Yes.
That I knew him before he was Engineezy.
So
and
cool.
I knew him before we had a Maker Edition that was super accessible to people around the world. And you really see the effect that giving more accessible tools allows, especially even a conference like this, right? You just see so many more individuals, crazy creations. So yeah, I love it.
Yeah, here's one we're looking at right now, right?
Tyler.
Tyler, Dr. Octopus. This is a lot of fun, and I think it's really fun to have customers come out. A lot of our younger users have big social media presence. You can see him now on his Instagram doing a lot of really cool, like showing the build from beginning to end, showing their creations, showing all the different versions of it and saying like, oh, I tried this, it didn't work, just like Engineezy. And I think what's important about both of them, about Engineezy and about Dr. Octopus, who's probably like a young Engineezy in making, right? Mm-hmm. I think what's important is that people really do love to watch the creative process. And even including, it doesn't always have to work out. People love to watch, like, hey, try this thing, it didn't work, I'm gonna iterate, I'm gonna try this, I'm gonna do this different, and they're showing all the videos to us. It's pretty fun.
Like, to your point, like this short, because I watched some videos on his channel, right? And this short is exactly what you're saying. Like, he ends the short, and he's like, I have so much more to do.
Yes.
And he's always working on it, he's always tinkering, always trying to make it better. So yeah, it's a perfect testament to the exact point you just made.
Right?
Yeah, very much so.
And so it's fun to talk about big keynotes and talk about big things, but also we want to encourage all different users of different ages, of different experience levels to come out and say, hey, this is for you. This is for you.
Yeah, what I love about that, and the playground is a perfect place to see it, but we make products for commercial purposes, right? But we so value non-commercial projects too. And at this conference, it always feels like they all carry kind of equal weight, right? You'll see people who are out working on some of the craziest designs that are out there, you know, moving the world, and they'll be over at a maker's table checking it out. Oh, how'd you do that? Oh, this is a cool design. This is a cool little trick, right? It's a level playing field here. It doesn't matter who you are, whatever you bring, everyone's excited to check it out and, you know, see how you did it in the software and swap ideas and all of that. And I always love that about this event.
That's a great point.
Totally.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Well, we have. I guess we're getting towards. Oh, we hate this part.
Put it
we're
off.
getting towards the end of the wrap. We're getting towards the end of the day,
Put it
which
off.
means the end of. We're not going to do it. So I think maybe one big announcement until the end, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So day 3 general session, right? We're on the day stream here, or day 3 stream here. Free student edition coming later this year.
Wow.
Man, when I saw that, and so we had Ryan Kohler. He works on the student team, and we were talking with him, just having a conversation about student offerings.
Yep.
And I knew some of this was coming. He knew some of this was coming. And we were like, oh, we can't talk about it. But I'm so excited. Like, there were so many amazing announcements as part of the general session today for students. Never been a better time to be a student with Solidworks. Yeah. So I was so excited about that. The crowd went crazy. Not just the students in the crowd, but also, again, industry users that know how much, like SWGN leaders, champions that are like directly working with students, maybe not teaching them, but work with a lot of students in their communities, and are like, yes, this is awesome. Like, I was so happy about that.
So good. I mean, I know we're getting to the end. Very exciting. One big takeaway, one favorite moment. Do you have like a, this is going to be my big memory to take with me?
That's hard.
I know, it's so hard. I'm like, we're like, no, we've been talking about all day.
hard.
Rewatch the whole stream. It's all of it. We love all of it. That's true.
Our speakers were amazing this year.
Yes.
But I feel like I can't pick a speaker. You know what? Something we haven't talked about from today.
Yes.
We didn't talk about our other winners, Mike Puckett, Joe Lance.
Yes. Okay.
Deserving winners.
Deserving winners.
gosh.
Deserving winners.
Yeah.
Very deserving
Love that.
winners. Both of them. I got a chance
I'll
to
pick
speak
that
with
today.
Mike, which was beautiful. And I did have on my notes too, so I'm glad you brought up Joe Lance. During the Women in STEM the panel that we had, Nicole Walden was talking about the importance of having mentors. And she mentioned Joe Lance, and that was very exciting. Of course, I knew that he was going to win, but I couldn't say anything yet. And so I love that she was shouting him out, and we're like, yeah, thank you, like, good job, right? And also in the same announcement today, 1 million certified users.
Crazy.
That's just a huge number. That's pretty exciting as well.
Yeah, that is
so
pretty exciting.
great stuff. Lots to celebrate.
Yeah, congratulations to them.
Yeah.
Yep. I think on my end, I'd have to say, we've mentioned first timers, second timers. I think, we have such a crazy view of this conference here. We see people lining up for general session, coming out of general session. And I think seeing those first, second, even third timers, walking and talking with people that maybe we happen to know, Jesse and I, but I look and I see them talking and connecting. I'm like, I have no idea how they met, but I'm so glad that they did. And a lot of times, these are people that maybe came to the event by themselves for the first time or with one other person, and they've made so many connections. So that's what putting yourself out there and going to conferences with like-minded individuals is all about ultimately. So if you can make those connections, like I evidently see these people making here, that is incredible.
Yeah, the connections always seem very deep too when we're here. Every year it seems better than the last. I feel like it's silly to say to you or digital audience that the vibe here was crazy because you weren't here to feel it, but I really enjoyed the vibe, if I can say that, this year. It was really fun. In fact, we had I did a tech session that you guys saw today with Josh Vailman, and he was here. I just met him for the first time and for this conference, and I gave him a hug on the way out the door. I was like, why did I do that? I literally just met this guy, and I was like, oh, because I hug every single person I see here.
Yes.
Yeah, I hugged 4,000 people while I'm here. That's why I did that. Because we say it every year. It's a family reunion, but it is very true. The people here are the best.
All right, I think it's time.
We're getting kicked off.
Let's Jesse, some thank yous, and then let's wrap it up.
Yeah, of
But
course.
this has been an amazing week. Thank you all for watching. Jesse, any thank yous? You'd like to
I mean, a million thank yous. First of all, Ian, I see you sitting in the back.
Woo!
Ian Adair.
Yes.
Ian's our producer. This show would not be possible without him. He is constantly running around and refuses to be on screen. But he's had a lot going on this year, and we super appreciate all the effort he puts in every year, but particularly this year.
Yes.
So thank you to Ian. Of course, thank you to Kramer, our crew.
Woo! Kramer both here, Kramer General Session, Kramer in the entire world,
Yes.
Kramer making it happen. Thank you to Kramer.
Hey,
Honestly, thank you,
there
thank you,
they
thank
are.
you. Oh, there you go.
There you
Woo,
go.
Team Kramer.
There you go.
Yes.
This show hopefully looks like it goes smoothly from your end as you're watching on your screens at home, but I assure you it is a monumental amount of work for them. So we hugely appreciate it. Of course,
Yes.
all of our attendees who are here, 4,000 people who came out this year. You guys, our viewers, thank you for watching with us. If you're still watching at this point, thank you. You're still stuck with us. And
Shout out to the people in the office at Dassault
Yes,
Systems
of
and
course, back
Solidworks
home.
that make this happen, that make this day happen, this conference happen. We're glad to be here.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, to you, Sean, it's been a fantastic 3 days. And to you, Tracy, who's
Thank you.
here
Ooh.
despite being
Yes,
injured.
please.
Thank
I'm
you
so happy to be
for
with you.
joining us.
Makes my heart sing to be here with you both.
Us too.
All right, +1 to all that, and we hope to see you all in Nashville next year.
Woo!
See you soon.
See you in
Take care,
Nashville.
everyone.
Thank you, guys.